Pastor Cruz isn't even really talking. He's
Yeah,
doing
no,
the
I don't
presentation.
want this. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna call
So
it.
that is the only one.
Yeah, it's only one of the guys.
Okay.
Yeah, if you, yeah. I'll do that in just a minute. Yeah, he's on the first agenda. Have him right there at that door, if you will, please. Good evening, everyone. It is 6 o'clock. It's time to begin our November 9th meeting at 6 p.m. and welcome to everyone. And at this time, we'll call ourselves to order. At this time, I recognize Senior Pastor Robert Parker to deliver our invocation. Mr. Parker, please, Pastor.
May we pray together? Father, grace and mercy has allowed us to come and to gather in your Son, Jesus' name. We certainly are privileged and honored, God, to be able to be called your children on this evening. We thank you, God, for grace that has been with us throughout this day, God, and how you've blessed us and you've kept us from seen and unseen dangers. Lord, we come humbly before you, God, as prayer is going up to ask that your presence be felt in the place on this evening. We ask that your peace, God, would abide with each and every one of us, that, God, we might do work for the betterment of our community. We ask, God, that your power would be in the hearts and minds of our leaders. And, God, we ask that as we hear and all the different things that come about, that, God, we will be respectful, first of all, to you and to one another. Let grace and mercy, God, abide with us all, and let your peace that surpasses all understanding be with each of us. We thank you and we love you, and it's in your Son, Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Pastor, thank you so much for the beautiful prayer. We appreciate you coming by, sir.
Absolutely.
Item 1 is Citizens Academy, and I'll recognize at this time Ms. Deborah Reed, City Academy graduate. Ms. Reed.
Council, thank you for having us this evening. The Citizens Academy has been around since 2009, and today we're going to present to you the 2021 graduates that we have here. And so the Citizens Academy actually gives our citizens and those who work in this city an opportunity to understand the working operation for the city of Monroe. And also, we have an 8-week program that they go through, so they spend a lot of time with us. And the sessions normally start in the fall of every year, which is September. So if any of you are interested, please let us know. But we also have graduates that have previously graduated with the Citizens Academy, and we're excited about tonight. So, Mayor, can you assist me? Because we're going to give out their certificates. So our first graduate is going to be Rolanda Abney. We have Leslie Benitez.
Appreciate your participation.
Sheila Cowett.
Thank you for your
Clarice Vanis.
congratulations.
Alvina Yekbo.
Congratulations. Thank you for participation.
Grace Snellgrove.
Thank you for your participation. Appreciate you on that.
Chloe Stokes.
Ms. Stokes, appreciate your participation.
And we have Doris Wheeler.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Doris, good to see you again. Congratulations. Thank you for participating.
Well, thank you. This is our 2021 class. And we thank you for this time. And if you will all turn around, your council members.
This one you Oh, thank you. Okay. Hopefully we didn't have them.
Yeah, that's true. That ought to be in order.
Read this one up here. Okay. Item two on the agenda is resolution honoring retiring employee Randy Griffin.
All right, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution honoring retiring employee Randy Wayne Griffin.
Second.
Have a motion, a second, all in favor? Aye. Okay, hearing none, that'll pass. Afternoon, Mr. Randy, certainly glad to have you and the family here. At this time, I'd like to read this resolution to you, please, sir. It says, whereas on the occasion of the retirement on December 1st, 2021, it is fitting and proper for the City Council to express its sincere appreciation to Randy Wayne Griffin for his loyal and dedicated service to the City of Monroe for 29 years. Whereas Randy Griffin joined the City of Monroe Water Resources Department as a utility maintenance worker on April 1st, 1993, giving him an excellent foundation to advance to the position of Maintenance Construction Superintendent on September the 1st, 2001. Whereas for 29 years, Randy Griffin has been an exceptionary employee providing quality service to both citizens of the City of Monroe and serving a valuable resource to fellow city employees and departments. Whereas Randy Griffin's work ethic, devotion to duty has been an asset for the Water Resource Department. Whereas the City of Monroe is most grateful for the professional or personal contributions Randy has given to the Water Resources Department and to the city. And whereas the City Council of the City of Monroe wishes to acknowledge and express its appreciation for his years of dedicated and distinguished service to the employee of the City of Monroe and their families, noting that Randy Griffin will be missed both professionally and as a friend. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council publicly express their sincere appreciation to Randy Wayne Griffin for his outstanding performance of duty to the City of Monroe for 29 years, and we extend the very best wishes for a long and happy retirement. Be it further resolved that the resolution be entered upon the permanent minutes of the City Council. In witness hereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Monroe to be affixed this 9th day of November 2021. Bobby Kilgore, Mayor. Randy, I'd like to want you to introduce your family, if you will. I'd like to present that to you. Would you?
Thank you.
Wife?
This is my wife, Danette, my oldest son, Joshua, my middle son, Brandon, his wife, Lauren, the little boy, that's my first grandson, that's Braxton, and that's my only granddaughter, is Mia, and my baby girl, Mackenzie, is sitting down. She just got off work, and my mother-in-law, Brenda Price.
I'd like to present you with this watch. I hope you're wearing this as I have for mine for the last several years. They gave me one several years ago. But I want you to know I swapped my old one out for your new one. I just had to say that, Randy. Randy and I go back a long way. Randy, thank you for your service. To the family, thank y'all for letting us have him for 29 years. He's done an excellent job for the citizens of Monroe. Thank you, Randy. Get caught up now and see where I'm at.
Please pass that on to your wife, Norma.
I will. Is it a check? I had to say that. Thank you, Brenda. Brenda's part of our family, so thank you, Brenda. Give it to her. Russ, did you want
Russ just did that.
It's not, he gone.
Yeah, I know, but I thought he was gonna say something. He left, he left with him? I'm sorry.
Is Russ there?
His family's gone now. That's no, I don't know why, did I run him off?
No, it's Russ.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to say something. I hope I didn't.
You got started, so we went with it. I had a little something, but it's good. Just congratulations to Randy, that's the focus. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Item 3, property donation located at 207 Pinedale Avenue at Shining Light Baptist Church, and I'll recognize at this time Pastor Tim Cruz of Shining Light Baptist Church. Pastor Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor Kilgore and City Council members. On behalf of the members of Shining Light Baptist Church on Old Charlotte Highway here in Monroe, it's our joy to gift our city with our lake property, Lake Minnehaha, on Pinedale Avenue, just up the road here. The name means Lake of Many Laughs, and God entrusted this property to us some years back. It was built originally in the late 1950s by Mr. O.V. McGee as a place of retreat for his family, but it's something that God let us use as a youth camp for some time. And I just wanted to express how much we appreciate the opportunity to bless our city with this. God opened up the door for us to help the Shepherd's Place Children's Home build a camp out in the county. And we're excited about moving that forward as he enables us. But this is something we begin to pray about. And I just wanted to read this, and then I'll just close. But as we were praying as a church family back in 2019, there's a verse of Scripture that God used to speak to our hearts. And it says, "Out of the portion of the children of Judah was the inheritance of the children of Simeon. For the part of the children of Judah was too much for them. Therefore the children of Simeon had their inheritance within the inheritance of them." God showed us there in Joshua 19 and verse 9 that he wanted us to share the properties that we had been blessed with our city, to help our young people, to help our residents, and to be an encouragement to them. Through this, young people can learn how to fish, how to do things that are productive and fun, and we just wanted to show the love of God and the love of our church family for Monroe, and especially for our young people. And we appreciate all that you're doing, all that you've done. Mayor, thank you for your service through the years and all that you've done for our city. And we're excited because we believe that the greatest days are yet ahead for Monroe. What a wonderful heritage we have and a wonderful foundation that's been laid. And I just wanted to say that this is our privilege to gift this to the city, and we pray that God will protect all who are a part of this property, and that this will be to the praise and honor of his glory. And may he be honored, and may our residents be blessed. God bless you.
Pastor Cruz, just want to say thank you to you and your church for recognizing the city and donating this property. This will make an excellent park, I would think, for the entire city, but especially in that particular area. So that's great, and we want to say thank you so much for that.
It's our honor, and God bless you. We're glad to
that
do
we can
it.
be a partnership.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 4 is the annual financial report, and I'll recognize Ms. Ashley Ivy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Ashley Ivy, Accounting Manager in the city's Finance Department. And I'm here tonight. We have our representative from the audit firm, Martin Starnes and Associates. She's going to highlight the results of our annual audit for fiscal year 2021. A copy of the annual comprehensive report was in your packet. Typically, we have a printed copy of that for you at the meeting. Unfortunately, those were not printed yet, but we hope to have them in the next week, and we will get a copy of those to you. But it's the same thing as this in your agenda packet. So I would like to introduce Elsa Watts with Martin Starnes and Associates.
Good evening.
Good evening.
See if I can get this done here. Alright. Okay. On behalf of Martin Starnes and Associates, oh, sorry. Yeah.
Slideshow.
There we are. It's been a while since.
There you go. Okay. On behalf of Martin Starnes and Associates, I'd like to present the City of Monroe's 2021 audited financial statements. Some audit highlights. The city received an unmodified opinion. This is a clean audit opinion. Something I'd like to mention is during our audit planning process, we provide the board members and members of management a letter where they can express any concerns they have regarding fraud or any other concerns related to the audit. Thank you guys for your responses, and we do appreciate hearing from you on that. And as always, I'd like to thank Lisa Strickland and Ashley Ivy for all their hard work on the audit this year. It's truly a pleasure working with them. Anytime we request information, it's given to us timely, and we do appreciate that working relationship. Looking at your general fund, revenues for the year were $44.2 million, an increase of about 5%. Expenditures were $37.6 million, an increase of 5% as well. I will detail these further along in the presentation. The LGC defines available fund balance as total fund balance less non-spendable items, less items restricted by state statute. The LGC uses this calculation to compare you to other units. Your fund balance for the general fund was $38.6 million. You had non-spendable items of $448,000, items restricted by state statute of $5.6 million, and this gives you an available fund balance of $32.5 million. This is an increase in available fund balance of $4.8 million. Some information that can explain the increase of $4.8 million on your available fund balance. You had $635,000 increase in property tax revenue and an assessed value increase of $107 million. Unrestricted intergovernmental revenues increased by $1.3 million. Restricted intergovernmental revenues increased by $604,000. And stabilization by state statute decreased due to a reduction in encumbrances from the prior year of just over $2 million.
Sorry, just for the record, so we had these increases during the pandemic, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Revenues for the general fund, you had property taxes made up 53%. Sales and services were 7%. Unrestricted intergovernmental revenues were 30%. Restricted intergovernmental revenues were 6%, and you had other revenues of 4%. Property taxes were $23.7 million, an increase of about 3%. Unrestricted intergovernmental revenues were $13.2 million. This is an increase in 11%, and this is primarily due to increases in sales tax revenues, primarily due to stimulus payments that were sent out by the federal government. Sales and services were just over $3 million. This is an increase of 36%. This increase is due to increased use of the golf course during the COVID-19 shutdowns. Expenditures for the general fund, you had public safety at 58%, culture and recreation at 11%, general government 15%, transportation 11%, and debt service was 5%. General government expenditures were $5.7 million, an increase of 3%, overall very comparable. Transportation was just over $4 million, an increase of 69%, and this increase is primarily due to a timing difference on the annual resurfacing contract. The fiscal year 20 payment was delayed until fiscal year 21, so this is due to the annual completion of that contract. Public safety, you had $21.9 million, a decrease of about 1%. Culture and recreation, just over $4 million, and a decrease of 1% there as well. And looking at your enterprise funds, your water and sewer fund had unrestricted net position of $40.3 million and a net operating income of $9.1 million. Your electric fund had an unrestricted net position of $84.2 million and operating income of just over $2 million. Natural gas had unrestricted net position of $34.5 million and operating income of $5.1 million. Your airport had an unrestricted net position of negative $1.2 million and an operating loss of $1.2 million. And your non-major enterprise funds had an unrestricted net position of $1.4 million and an operating loss of $1.2 million. Looking at your quick ratio, for the electric fund, you had current assets of just over $87 million, current liabilities of $5.9 million. This gives you a quick ratio of 14.58, and the LGC is normally concerned if this is less than 1. Your water and sewer fund had current ratio of 24.48. Natural gas had a quick ratio of 13.72. And your airport had a quick ratio of 0.86. And something new that the LGC is doing this year with their data input sheet that is submitted with the audit report, they are looking at general performance indicators. And for the city of Monroe, there were no red flags indicated, so that's always a good thing. And your audit was submitted timely. It was submitted prior to October 31st. And then looking at your water and sewer net income to cash expense ratio, the LGC is concerned if this is less than 16%. Your water and sewer was at 500%, and your electric fund was at 146%. And this does conclude my presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Does council have any questions? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I have a question. So I spoke with the School of Government and LGC on a matter that we have here with the city of Monroe. We have Mayor Holloway that has a contract here with the city of Monroe as elected official. And I spoke with Majib Shakan, which is the attorney here, about that contract. It's for $1,839. It's a misdemeanor, and it's a conflict of interest. So they told me to let you know about it and to make sure that you put a note.
I would note
in the
that
audit.
I believe the auditor stressed that there was a period in time when they, ma'am, with all due respect,
So the question is,
did you
One talk at a
notify-
time now.
So I was talking
Did you
first.
notify the auditor?
So the question is, it was for $1,839. So why wasn't it found, like, what parameters do we need to put in place? So I guess, Marion, are you gonna resign? And Majib, are you gonna do a petition? So I guess we can talk about that when we talk about item number 24.
No.
So
Here's
again,
what-
the
I'm gonna
question
ask the
is,
question of the auditor.
what was put in place in order for this not to happen?
I'm going to ask the question of the auditor. Was this reported by Councilmember James in response to the letter that you provided to all of council?
It was not.
Thank you.
Yeah, so after fact.
So I would note it
because I
was
got
not
legal
provided
counsel.
during the period of
So
time
this
you
is
did
the
the
question. I got
research.
legal counsel from our attorney.
Good.
So he effectively gave us miscommunication. He gave us incorrect counsel. He misled him.
No.
He misled him. So therefore, I reached out to these two organizations
No.
and asked, what do we need to do? So what parameters need to be in place in order for this not to happen? Because if we can't trust our attorney, then what advice do we have?
We
Mayor,
reviewed,
if I might, let me explain something that I believe the audience is probably scratching their heads about and wondering. The contract that's being referred to was a contract that was reviewed by our office for, I believe, a mixer that was replacing an old mixer that Mr. Holloway's company, business, installed in, I think, 2009. The statute that comes into play is called Section 14-234 of the General Statutes, and it notes that there's an issue if there's a direct benefit under contract, but then you have to be involved in the making and administration of the contract. What Councilmember James did not tell you is that in October of 2020, when she raised this question, I provided a lengthy opinion that stated that the second part of the standard was not met. Now, I know that Councilmember James reached out to the School of Government, to a colleague and a friend of mine, Freda Bluestein, and asked the question without any context, and received a response that therefore said perhaps there's a violation, except for she never provided the context of the information or the opinion from my office that indicated there was not an issue. Now, I again note there was a reason I asked the question of the auditor. Was this communicated to the audit team at the time you requested the communications? Because I would note the opinion letter I provided was in October of 2020. It is November of 2021. The audit process takes place during 2021. So while there's an attempt here to suggest that there's any impropriety on behalf of Mayor-elect Holloway, that's not correct, or legal advice that is questionable from my office, that is also not correct. So I would note that for everyone listening, this is not what Councilmember James suggests it is, and the council is aware of that as well, because we've advised council of this previously.
This is not true. Here goes evidence that says this is a violation of GS 14234. It might not seem like a big deal, but based on the facts you provided, it's a misdemeanor and the contract is void. So this is per the legal School of Government. This is the information I received from them, and I spoke with local the LGC about this as well. And these are the parameters and steps that both organizations told me to take. So
Council,
therefore, I'm taking these steps. So I provided them all the information that I have received.
Or the audit be affected in any way, shape, or form by something that is actually not a violation. Had there been a violation, there's a way to deal with that. And I believe there's not been an issue where there's been a charge of a misdemeanor. And I think it is unfair to Mayor-elect Holloway. The Councilmember James has waited a year and a month to even raise this in this public forum before this council, before his swearing in as mayor.
The reason this has happened is because I went to the attorney to get legal advice. That's what we do as council people. We go there. And if we can't trust our attorney to tell us the truth, then what else do we have left? So therefore, I had to reach out to these organizations that governs us to tell us the truth about what needs to happen. Back then, a year ago, I tried to talk to each Majib and Holloway to let them know this is illegal and unethical. Let's take care of this now. They chose not to. They turned a dead ear on what I had to say. So therefore, I had nothing else left to do but go to the people that governs us and find out what action that needs to be taken. I could have went to the DA office and had him charged with a misdemeanor, but I didn't do that. I gave him a fair opportunity to make it right before the citizens out here. This is our money. Y'all should care about the money that's being spent here. Look at the records. Know what's going on. Ask questions. That's what we need to do. Don't sit back, take a deaf ear, and not listen to what needs to be done. So these are the parameters that I have been instructed to do. So I'm asking you to make sure this is put into our audit.
I would suggest the council not make any sort of request of the auditor. And I would note one very important thing in the email that Councilmember James has chosen to not discuss. That in October 2020, I said, if you have any questions about this issue, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I know that until recently, I've spoken to Councilmember James on many an occasion. Councilmember James did not seek to raise the issue with me or with any member of council that I'm aware of until during an election process.
No.
So I would note that a suggestion of impropriety is inappropriate in this case. Thank you, council. I appreciate your continued support of the work of my office.
So when we get to item 24, this is retaliation because I have discovered this information and brought it before you all. So when we get to item number 24, y'all stay around and let's talk about that one.
Okay. Council have anything else?
Ms. Watts, is there anything else you'd like to hear about that?
Question is, did we or did we not have a clean audit?
It was a clean audit, yes.
No red flag?
Clean opinion, no red flags.
Okay. Council have any questions? If not, we'll move on to, find a place. Yeah, public.
Thank you.
The public comment period at this time. I have one lady signed up, and the, Ms. Loretta. Okay, at this time, we recognize you at this time for public comment period, ma'am. And I'd like to make the deadline to submit any written comments for the public comment period was 3 o'clock November the 8th, and the council did not receive any written comments. So at this time, we recognize you.
Hi. Loretta Melanson, 2923 Meadow Creek Lane, Monroe, North Carolina. Mayor, Council, Najib, Brian, Angelia, this is probably one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do. I've come before you in the past, felt very uncomfortable, then began to be comfortable, and I'm extremely uncomfortable tonight. I want to begin with a prayer. Lord, make us instruments of your peace and healing. Angelia, I know you consider me your enemy. I talked to you, I emailed you, I begged you to take a different approach when everything came up in October. I asked you to step out of the mayor's election and to continue on as a council person in a responsible way to handle the situation that has been eating away at you. You turned away. I couldn't do any more. This is what I call tough love. You have acted irresponsibly. You have failed your ability to respond appropriately as a council person. And I am here to say publicly that I am in support of the mayor and the council asking for your resignation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is public comment period. Is anyone else that would like to speak that has not signed up? Hearing none, we'll move along then. I'm going to move item 24. I'm going to move it up before the consent agenda at this time. And we're going to take up item 24, resolution of City Council of the City of Monroe to direct issue a petition of admission to Council Member Angela Nicole James. Item 24 at this time.
Mayor.
Yes. No, 1 minute.
I'd like to make a motion.
1 minute, Lynn.
I'd like to make a motion.
Lynn.
to-
Lynn. 1 minute.
Okay.
You can if you want to say, may as well. Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead.
have them come in, please. We do have some in the lobby with public comments, and I'm gonna hear those.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to sign up for the public.
That's quite all right, ma'am. 3 minutes, if you will, please.
Will do. Good evening. My name is Pam Duda, and I live off of Victorian Lane in Monroe. I met Councilwoman James back in February when I got involved in the Greenway at Lakely Development. I had invited you all, the entire council, the mayor, and the planning department to come to my home to see how the development would impact our home and the other neighborhoods from across the lake. Ms. James was the only one to visit and listen to our concerns. She has continued to be willing and responsive to our inquiries. So I felt it necessary to show her the respect she has shown me to be here tonight. First of all, I want to make it very clear that I do not condone the behavior she displayed in September, nor am I here to make excuses for it. I was very disappointed and disheartened about the situation and was more worried why it happened rather than rush to judgment because it was so out of character for her. I don't know her personally, but based on my research and what I've read, she's become someone who has positively impacted the community, be it raising money for the homeless, coaching kids, and being nominated for and granted multiple awards within the Union County community, to name a few. I was also very disappointed and upset how the City of Monroe officials handled the situation. Ms. James is part of our team, and regardless if you like her or not or agree with her ideas, you all collectively represent the town of Monroe. Pushing her out is not going to make her go away. She's still a citizen of Monroe. So I'm curious, did any of you reach out to her to understand the situation before the 2-hour video was released? Why didn't you work together to release a joint statement? Casting her as the villain in this situation creates an us versus them message to our community, which hurts us all in the long run. To my knowledge, she is one of the few council members that has been boots on the ground, working with all of Monroe ethnic groups, including the homeless. Regardless of this episode, she has created intrinsic value for Monroe in what she has accomplished. I don't know the City Council's motives here, but I feel this motion is too extreme, especially if this is her first offense. You've already censored her. Rather than proceed with this motion, I'd like to make another suggestion. Allow her to complete her term as councilwoman in order to provide her the opportunity to regain our trust and respect and save the City of Monroe and its citizens the aggravation and financial expense. Embrace the intrinsic value she has contributed to our town so we don't have to start all over again. Eliminating her from the council will further eliminate the representative of our diverse communities. Look at it. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. 1 minute. Anyone else out there? Yeah. I will get you, sir. Name and address for the record, sir.
Hey, pardon?
Name and address for the
Okay.
record.
Rick Moll, 3711 Weddington Road. Mr. Mayor, members, my name is Rick Moll. I own ProSource Entertainment, and I've been attempting to rent the Dowd Center Theater since the beginning of September. I visited the venue 3 times to confirm the functionality for the events that I would like to hold there. I submitted the application to rent the theater on October 11th and received no response. I called the Center Theater on October the 15th of 2021, left a voicemail, no response. Finally, I was able to speak to Lynn at the theater on October the 13th to confirm the receipt of my application. After that time, I received an email from Lynn at the theater, and she advised me that I would need to speak to a booking representative in Charlotte by the name of Imagine Music Group. I called to that person, spoke to her on October the 18th, or left her a voicemail on October the 18th, no response. I called Lynn back at the theater, asked for the booking rep to please call me. No response. Then finally, on October the 19th, I was able to get in touch with the booking agent. She informed me that the theater was not being rented for events such as the ones that I wanted to do. Just for the record, I have 3 members of the Grand Ole Opry that I would like to bring to the theater. All right. She informed me that it was not being rented for these types of events. On October the 19th, I left a message for James Vesey. No response to date. There's no mention on the website of a booking agent. I have printed all the website pages right here. There's no mention of a booking agent. I would kindly request to find out, is the theater is it or is it not ready for these events? $9 million. Is there a contract with the booking agent? If so, and I asked the booking agent, would she be willing to do a co-promotion? Absolutely not. Okay? And I have spoken to a couple of the council members and asked to please put me in touch with the council member or the person in charge. Hadn't received a phone call. Not one. Not a return phone call. All right. As I said, I visited the theater 3 times. And I have the contract right here for these members of the Grand Ole Opry. They're ready for me to sign it tonight. My question is, are we or are we not? Is the theater ready or is it not? If it is, I've got talent that I'm ready to bring, ready to pay my dues, pay to rent the theater. All I want to know is it or is it not ready? May I rent the theater?
You didn't say your name was Mull, did you?
Mull, M-U-L-L.
Yeah, okay. What I'm going to do is ask the interim city manager. He's heard yours, and he'll get in touch with you.
Okay.
Be sure you leave your number or whatever.
I certainly will.
And
I'll leave it with you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He'll look at this and he'll be in touch with you.
awesome. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Did you want to speak, sir?
Do I need to give him my number now?
You'll be fine. Give it to me. I'll write it down.
704
Okay.
242
Okay.
1515.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, first, I want to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, the council, for allowing us to have an opportunity to speak. I don't have notes because I speak from my heart. When I first moved here in 2005, I met Angela and her family, and she went above and beyond to welcome us into the community. She coached my kids, my two boys in basketball, and I've known her to be a super hard worker in this community. Every event that goes on, no matter how big or how small, you're pretty much gonna see her face there. And you're gonna see her smiling, and you're gonna see her support. And I'm gonna say this, when I saw the video, I was disappointed. I wasn't happy. She knows that. I've told her that. But me knowing her, I know that that's not her character. I know that something had to be wrong in order for that situation to go bad. So what I chose to do was do what God asked us all. You know, not to throw rocks. If you never did anything wrong, then he said, if ye that was out sin, let you cast the first stone. She messed up. You did the right thing. You came in. You disciplined her. You censured her. That's enough. Y'all are going too far now. You're taking it now, and I don't understand why. I can't see the purpose behind it. There's something deeper that we may not all have the ability to see. I think it was the cops that night did a great job. They held their composure. They did what they were supposed to do in that situation, and I respect that. You didn't deserve to be treated that way. You did not deserve it. But she owned it. She said she was sorry. You censured her. I wish and I pray and I hope that you can understand the value in the person that you have. You're blessed to have her on your couch. We're blessed in this community to have her. And until you guys recognize that and see that, you're going to continue to make rash decisions that's going to hurt us all. She needs to be in the community. She needs to be on the ground helping and doing the things that she does. You know, when I was growing up as a little boy, there was a gospel song that I was little. I used to hear it all the time, and I didn't understand what it meant. There was a little old lady, and she used to say, if you've never had any rain in your life, wait a while. And I didn't understand what she meant by that. I was young. I was thinking about just rain. I was like, it just rained yesterday, so I had it. But what she was saying was, if you've never had trouble happen in your life, or a bad experience happen in your life, or you have a mental breakdown in your life, just wait. It's coming. And when it comes, you're going to want the very thing that she's asking you for and that we're asking you for, or some of us are asking you for, a lot of us, and that's forgiveness and the ability to make amends. The people voted her in. The people voted her in. If the people want her out, you let her finish her term, and then the people will decide based upon what she does moving forward.
Sir,
my time is up.
Wait, we need your name and address first.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Burt Owens, like Burt Reynolds, B-U-R-T. Last name is Owens. I stay at 581 Francis Street. And please, please don't come by and get mad with me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Was it someone else outside? Okay. Recognize you at this time, sir. Your name and address, sir.
My name is Talib,
And 3
T-A-L-I-B.
minutes.
Luqman, L-U-Q-M-A-N, and I'm at 302 South Charlotte Avenue, Monroe. I was in the school system teaching, and we had a little book called Abraham Lincoln's Water. And the thesis of the whole book was that everything on the earth is in a symbiotic type relationship. The trees give us what we need, we give the trees what they need. The sun brings the water up and pull it in the cloud and purifies it, bring it back down on the earth. And if we follow that cycle backwards, we are still drinking the same water that Abraham Lincoln drank. I don't want to drink Abraham Lincoln's water or breathe Abraham Lincoln's air. I'm glad to stand to say that I'm on the earth with Angela James. I've seen this woman in action, and she's always straight in action. I saw her work with a hardcore male jock, and I've seen her work with a elementary child that needed help. And she approached both situations the same, enthusiastic with her big smile. And the whole time that she's been on the council, she's been the same identical personality as she was before she got on the council. Monroe, I, as a citizen of Monroe, I don't want to sign on to anything that looks like a murder, a character assassination. That's the same as murder. And I haven't seen a video, and I don't want to see a video. I know the person.
Thank you, sir. Is anyone else who'd like to speak? Name and address for a record, sir, please, in 3 minutes. See?
Robert Parker, go by Mo Parker, councilman, mayor, and all those. So, listen, this is, for me and my family, is very conflicting. Our community obviously was disappointed. You know, Angela has done so much in our community. Obviously, when this video came out, it was very disappointing. I have friends. Officer Broom is a good friend of mine, Officer Morton. You know, I love all police officers, so it was damaging. I think we all were just hurt. But at the end of the day, I know Councilwoman James personally for many years, and I know that was not her. But what I do know about her, as has been mentioned, is she has a love for people. And it doesn't matter what color you are, it doesn't matter your gender, it doesn't matter how old you are, she is a people person. And as been said, she has been in our community laboring, doing way more than myself as a pastor and many others as pastors. And for her voice to be taken because of a mishaps would be a tragedy to our community. And maybe your minds are already made up, but that doesn't change the fact that at the core of her heart, she's a great woman. It doesn't change the fact that she loves people. And it doesn't change the fact that she's proven, not just by talking, but by doing. So I just wanted to say that 2-minute or 3-minute speech for her, because that's what I believe in my heart. And I believe that all of us have fouled up before, right? And I think that if people could look in our closets, some of us wouldn't be sitting where we are right now. And so if people could look in my closet, I probably wouldn't be able to lead God's people right now. But because of the nature of Christ and his forgiving spirit, we all are allowed to do what we do. So I say that to think about that and to keep that before you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? If you will, please. Name and address for the record, please, in 3 minutes.
Lisa Allen, 1919 Old Lawyers Road.
I'm sorry?
1919 Old Lawyers Road.
Okay, did you get that, Ms. Clerk? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, the video that y'all seen of Angela was very disturbing. Yes, I was upset, but we all know that was not her. We all have done stuff, we just didn't get video. And if we got video for what we done, y'all wouldn't be sitting up here. Trust me. Because I have done some stuff that, trust me, I wouldn't want no video to be showed to me. Angie have a heart, and she a very kind person. She does not see no color. And after all the videos that came out, she still stood with the people. And for y'all to want to take her off the board. See, I want to say what I want to say, but I can't because that's disrespectful to the older people. So I'm going to keep it civilized. Y'all know and I know this is wrong. Y'all going off a video and y'all going off because some of you have hatred in you. You can't help the way you are. That was just the way you were raised. But me being me, you can't do something to somebody that you don't want done to you. So watch what you do to somebody else and watch how you treat another person, because trust me, that could be you. So watch what you do to other people and treat people the way you want to be treated. I'm not crying because I'm hurt. I'm crying because I'm disgusted of y'all people, of the way y'all doing because of a video. And then y'all wait to link the video when she get ready to run for mayor. But I wonder would y'all have did that if that had been somebody else. No, you wouldn't have. No, you wouldn't have. So somebody is being disgraded because they being honest. Like I said, don't do nothing to nobody you don't want to be done to you. And start running around pretending to be Christian. If you're going to work for God, work for God. If you're going to be for the devil, work for the devil. But you can't work for both.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak on public comments? Yes, ma'am. You will, your name and address for the clerk, please, and your 3 minutes, please.
Yes, my name is Edith Massey off of 409 East Hudson Street. Angela James, she's my sister. Is I'm disappointed of the video? No. You know, everybody has their ups and downs. This lady right here, she done did a whole lot for the community. And for this right here to come out like this, do I think it's wrong? Do I think it's prejudice? Yes, I do. And it's not right. And like I tell her every day, if God before you, can't nobody stand against you, baby. Can't nobody stand against you. When you was running for city councilor for 2 years, nothing was said. But now all of a sudden, you was running for mayor, everybody want to step up. Everybody want to have something to say, and it's not right. But just remember this, baby girl, you will have the last laugh. I promise you that. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come, yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I think this might be the last speaker. I think you're about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Danielle Llewellyn.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, 504 North Bragg Street. So my question is for the council. Up until the day of the video, was there anything that Ms. James did that would make you say she has bad judgment? We can look at one day and make judgment on a person's whole life, but leading up to that day and after, she has been an advocate for this community. She has been at every event that she could possibly be at. She has started track programs. She has done things for the children. She has done things just for the people. Just before she had a platform, she has done these things on her own. So I think that, you know, she was censored. That is enough. But to remove her from city council for one incident and for judging her whole life on one day is not fair to her. I think that, you know, her work has spoken for itself. And granted, if there was anything after this, then you guys would have every right to say, hey, I don't want her on city council anymore. But for her actions have always, everybody has always had something great to say about her because that is who she is. We cannot judge one day on her whole career as a city councilwoman or as a citizen. She has a clean record. She has a great personality. She's friendly. She's loving. And she cares for the people. She cares for the city of Monroe. I don't think that one day should be her demise on city council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 24 on the regular agenda. And as I've already read the resolution, City Council, City of Monroe, directed issue petition for eminence to Council Member Angela Nicole James.
May I make a motion to accuse Councilwoman James?
Actually, if I may, before you do that, Councilmember Councilmember James, this is a matter involving your official conduct. Under 168-75, you have the right to recuse yourself from a vote on this issue. Do you wish to recuse yourself at this time?
No.
Mr. Kazai?
I do. I'm going to recuse myself from voting on the item. Sir?
Actually, respectfully, sir, if it involves your official conduct, you can recuse yourself. It does not involve your official conduct.
But the reason why I'm going to recuse myself, because if it's going to be a hearing, I don't think it's fair for me to vote on something that I'm not going to be here to vote for when we have the hearing.
Well, however, that is unfortunately not the standard under 168-75, so if you choose not to vote, it would be a yes vote on the action. So it would be up to you whether or not you wish to vote on it or not vote on it. However, council, you cannot recuse yourself on this. You could ask council to excuse you from voting. However, the recommendation I would have is because it doesn't involve either financial issue for you or your
What's the
official
difference
conduct.
between recusing and excusing?
Recusing is a self thing that you do yourself.
Okay.
Excuse is when the council makes a decision for you. And you can ask council to excuse you if you do not believe you should be recused, but want a third party to make that determination.
Yes, well, I would ask the council to excuse me based on the fact that I'm not going to be here to make the vote during the hearing.
And and I believe Councilmember Kazai had a different motion, but I will note for council that if to the extent you get to the point of wanting to discuss Councilmember McGee's ability to vote, I would recommend that you not excuse him because it does not involve his official conduct. I recognize that he believes and I think correctly understands that the date any sort of hearing will take place if this resolution passes would be after his term on council.
Right.
But I'll defer to Councilmember Kazai, who I believe I interrupted.
Make a motion to accuse Councilmember James from voting on the resolution.
Councilmember Kazai, could you modify that to be excuse as opposed to recuse?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, ready for a second?
We need a second.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
That would be under Lynn's.
That would be for Lynn's motion to excuse Councilmember James from voting on this issue. Okay. Then she will. That was a second from Mayor Pro Tem Holloway.
Okay, have a motion and a second. All in favor? All of us understand the excuse part. Now, we've talked about this a couple of different places.
She will be able to participate in the debate on the issue. She will not be able to vote on the issue if you say yes. If you vote no, she will be able to participate and vote.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
I don't understand why she wouldn't get a chance to vote if she's on council already.
It falls into her official conduct. That would be the issue, I believe, that that Councilmember Kazai has raised. Because under the standard, the law states that if it is a matter involving their official conduct, that the council, they have the right to recuse, and the council can also excuse.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
I say let it be.
Do what?
I vote no.
Okay,
I vote no as well.
okay. You got the count over there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, what we have?
If you would like me to go and present, I'm ready to present.
Do what?
If you'd like to turn it over to me.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'll recognize the city attorney, Mr. McGee.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is and I think we've said this in other emails, this is not the easy thing that any council has to deal with. But at the request of council, I've been asked to begin the process of an action based on the common law doctrine of a motion. It is a common law doctrine that allows a corporation, like the municipal corporation, the inherent right to remove a member for misconduct when in office. And that's been recognized in North Carolina as a valid exercise of a governing body's power. Now, let me note what today is and what today isn't. Today is a vote to start a process. It is not, would result in a removal. This would start a process because the law in North Carolina would give Councilmember James the right to due process, to present witnesses, to question witnesses that are brought in any proceeding. Now, what you're being asked in this resolution is to start a process by instructing me to draft a set of rules of procedure and policy procedures for the motion process. those will be brought back under the terms of the resolution, will be brought back to you as a council for adoption. And then the other thing you would do is ask me to draft a petition in a motion to begin the process of the actual action. It's like a complaint in a lawsuit. It says what the allegations are against the individual, and then it's provided to that individual. And then the idea would be at some point after the individual receives the petition, they would have an ability to respond at a hearing. So this resolution does not, so I'll make sure everyone who's here knows this, does not remove Councilmember James from council. It starts the process where council can exercise an inherent right that could lead to the removal. It could also lead to Councilmember James remaining on council. Council made the decision to ask me to do this based not only, because I think a lot of people are talking about the incidents on September 9th and September 10th. The resolution for censure that was adopted by the council also discussed not just those series of issues, the series of interactions where the council member attempted to fire, demote, promote, and otherwise harass and intimidate members of the police department, including a firing by telephone of the police chief. But it also includes issues related to a self-isolation order that was issued by the Union County Health Department that Councilmember James chose to disregard. Further, it is also based on the allegations made by a group of 5 police officers involved in the incidents who raised concerns about the statements that had been made and how that has created discord within the police department to this day. So when we talk about those actions, the issues that took place at the Fairfield Inn, the issues that took place at the hospital, the issues that took place with respect to COVID-19, those appear to rise to the level of hampering the functioning of the office to which he or she has been elected, or create safety, security, or liability concerns arising from the action or inaction in office. Council knows that that is an issue that has not yet been settled, and that is why in North Carolina, an A-motion process starts the process to determining what happened. Council will, at the end of the process, make a decision. This does fall into an odd realm of this will start under this council and finish under the next council. Because in order to ensure that due process is satisfied, because Councilmember James has rights, that it will complete in a period of time when she can manage, when she can defend against the allegations. If the council were not respectful of due process, this would be a process that would start and end shortly. But I think by the fact that the council recognizes that this process will span 2 councils, starting now and ending under the new council that will begin its service on December the 13th, it is respectful of due process. So what you have again is a resolution that will do the following. As I said, request that I prepare a motion procedures for your adoption, to prepare a petition in a motion that, if successful, would deal with the issue of whether or not to remove Councilmember James. And then it would also note what the requirements that need to be in the petition, and would confine it to what happened from September 9th to now. So that is what the resolution would do. That is what I've been asked to do. I'm happy to answer any questions from council. I believe Councilmember Anthony had a question.
Yes, I have a statement and a question as well. This has been very stressful for me, very, very disturbing. It has turned into a circus. This is not a competition. This is not a war. I'm not condoning Councilwoman actions. But I do know that I voted to censure because I thought that was proper at that time. And from what I have always understood, if a person has not been declared mentally ill or committed some type of crime, she's not been charged with any criminal offense. I think being elected by the people, and I think she had 20% of the last vote, I would be very uncomfortable. And I think we're setting a dangerous precedent. We're talking about finding a way and getting the process. We don't have the process yet. That just doesn't make sense to me. I would have to vote no because I just can't agree going forward. And then the fact that a new council would actually do the hearing, and I think she'd be entitled to her own peers. We have served with her. It would seem that we would be the one having the hearing. Those, and I understand both parts. I understand what the city is saying about the conduct. So it's just a disturbing issue. And there's no winners here. The city is the loser. And I don't know, it's just very disturbing, very stressful. I hate any of it happened. It did happen. It is what it is. But I wish we could find some other recourse.
Also, I'd like to say something. He pointed out some things about isolation order. Any of you that had COVID, tested positive, was you isolated? Answer that question. No, you was not. And I was not tested positive. I got a negative COVID test that I have taken to show and prove. And I have yet to get a positive test from Atrium. I have asked the question. They have not shown me a positive test. Health Department, Megan, got an anonymous call that said I had COVID. Who does that? So I can call and say, Saluda got COVID? Is that what we're doing today? This is a retaliation against the attorney's office because I have shown the contract about Marion. That's all this is. That's all this is. It's a retaliation. A retaliation. And that's it. So before you make your vote known, check your heart. Check your heart. And do the right thing for the people here in the city of Monroe. We talk about code of conduct. My code of conduct, he got a contract with the city here. And that's ethical. But you're going to talk about my code of conduct. Resign.
Are you saying that I...
Resign. Majid, bring up a petition. But what are we doing today? But we want to point fingers as y'all have stated. As y'all have stated. It's sad. It is very sad what we're doing today.
Tell the truth.
It's very sad. We coming to this point here. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed in how we're handling this today. I'm very disappointed.
Okay. Randy, I recognize you at this time.
Mayor, fellow council people, and the people here tonight, let me just say this. Today is a day where the city council will need to do what I never thought it would have to do. The council will start a motion process concerning a fellow council member. We don't take that lightly. What is a motion? I don't want to be redundant, but I have prepared some things to say. Our attorney has expressed some of those already. I'll probably repeat a few of them. It's a process from the common law that allows the city council the right to remove a member for misconduct while in office. It is recognized in North Carolina as something we can do when misconduct has occurred. The council knows that what is being asked to do is rare, so I wanted to talk about why we have to do this. I have been troubled by what happened on September the 9th and 10th of this year. And since then, if you look at the staff report for this, it says Councilmember James' actions give rise to the possibility that her actions rise to the level of hampering the function of the office to which she was elected, or create safety, security, or liability concerns arising from her actions or inaction in office. This is what we have here. Yes, we censured or condemned Councilmember James for her conduct, but it was not served to change anything. She's not apologized for her words, actions, only for her unprofessional behavior, and she only did that before we censured her. She did not apologize to any of our police officers or the city staff she denounced at her press conferences, or to citizens of Monroe, or even her fellow council members, who she also denounced. She did not apologize to anyone at the Union County Health Department, who she denounced, who were just doing their job. She did not apologize to Superior Court Judge Jonathan Perry or Attorney T. Leitner. We now have 5 police officers make the difficult decision to pursue legal claims against the city because of what Councilmember James did to them. This is something that I and many others in this room have never seen happen before. We have never had a member of this council disregard a lawful order issued by the Union County Health Department. And I am told that this was the only time in Union County had to issue a self-isolation order during the entire pandemic. The law applies to all of us, council members and citizens alike, and we cannot disregard it because we feel like it. Councilmember James refuses to be accountable or take responsibilities for her actions. Her accountability is something all of us should value. We have to be accountable to our citizens. We are better than attacking our employees, our colleagues, other elected officials, our citizens, or the people who work for us. And today, instead of showing any remorse, Councilmember James used social media to demand that her supporters come in today to speak to council so that we are not having this control over our city. I'm disappointed in all these things Councilmember James has done, and so are my colleagues. This is why it is essential for us to begin the A-motion process. There are many points in time that this could have been different, but we are here, and so I support starting this process so that we can have a council that we and our citizens can be proud of. So, I would like to make the following motion. I move that the City Council adopt Resolution R-2021-89, the resolution of the City Council of the City of Monroe to direct the issuance of a petition in a motion to Councilmember Angelia Nicole James.
Mayor, I'll second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? 1, 2, 3. You got that, Madam Clerk? 4? Okay. You thinking?
You need to call these opposed?
Yeah, all opposed? Okay, you got that?
And Councilmember McGee, you
I
did
ask for
not.
excuse for the vote.
Council, it's here. Mayor, Councilmember McGee is asking for council for a motion, since he cannot recuse himself, being asked to have council excuse him for the vote.
So moved.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Keziah. Is there a second, Mayor?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion?
And this is only on to excuse Councilmember McGee from voting.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? All opposed? Okay.
So that is, I think, 6-1.
Yeah.
Councilmember McGee is excused, so
Okay.
he is not voting. Therefore, Madam Clerk, I believe the vote then is 5-1, and then Councilmember McGee was, sorry, not 5-1, it's 4-2, Councilmember McGee.
Okay. Next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. This time I'll ask City Manager Brian Blaine to present the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Mayor. The City Council uses a consent agenda to consider items that are non-controversial and routine. The consent agenda contains the following items. Item number 6, budget amendment for downtown parking assessment and feasibility study. At the request of the General Services Committee, staff requests City Council approval of a budget amendment to fund the downtown parking assessment and feasibility study in the amount of $50,000. Item 7 is a call for public hearings to be held December 13th, 2021. A developer agreement with Dame Brothers LLC for project millwork. This is to request a call for public hearing on December 13th, 2021 to consider approval of a developer's agreement between the City of Monroe and Dame Brothers LLC, the developer for Windsor Window Company, to cover water infrastructure improvements necessary to support project millwork. B, developer agreement with Century Community Southeast LLC for Blue Sky subdivision. This is to request a call for public hearing on December 13th, 2021 to consider a development agreement with Century Community Southeast LLC regarding the city's funding for the oversizing of gravity sewer mains in the Blue Sky subdivision pursuant to the city's water and sewer extension policy. C, developer agreement with H&H Constructors for Arborwood Townhome subdivision. This is to request a call for public hearing on December 13th, 2021 to consider a developer agreement with H&H Constructors regarding the relocation of a 16-inch water main in association with the Arborwood Townhouse subdivision. Item 8, electric and natural relocation design for North Carolina Department of Transportation Project Plan U5764 for widening of Highway 74. This is to consider approving a contract for Colliers Engineering in the amount of $1,139,660 to provide professional engineering, design services for electric, fiber optic, and natural gas facilities in conflict with NCDOT projects for the widening of Highway 74 and authorize the interim city manager to execute all documents. Item 9, extension agreement of electric suppliers with Union Power Cooperative. To consider approving an extension to an agreement of electric suppliers between the City of Monroe and Union Power Cooperative and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement. Minutes and reports. A, disbursement of fiscal year 2022 City Council discretionary funds. Mayor Pro Tem Marion Holloway dispersed $1,000 to Ground 40 and $1,000 to House of Pearls. Mayor Bobby Kilgore dispersed $30 to the Union County Chamber, $500 to the Council on Aging, and $500 to Union County Crime Stoppers. Councilmember Franco McGee dispersed $500 to the Council on Aging. B, financial reports for September 2021. Our unassigned general fund balance is $4,620,897. Our assigned fund balance is $2,800,395. Items C through H are various committee and board minutes and reports. I, summary of contracts awarded, change orders approved, and city manager's settlement of claims for October 2021. Contracts and change orders awarded for the month of October 2021 total $1,251,896.81. There are no settlement claims to report. 11, ordinance amending fiscal year 2022 fees schedule to add fees for Monroe Science Center honoring Dr. Christine Mann-Garden. This is to approve the adoption of the ordinance to amend the fee schedule for the Monroe Science Center honoring Dr. Christine Mann-Garden. This has been recommended by the Tourism Development Authority and the General Services Committee. Resolutions, item 12, food truck pilot program in the Central Business District in downtown Monroe for a one-year period. This is to consider and adopt resolution approving the pilot program for food trucks in the Central Business District to allow food trucks to locate on private property, city-owned parking lots, and within public right-of-ways for a one-year period. The comments received resulted in the two following revisions. That is to revise the permit process for private property to allow an annual registration with a cost of $100 instead of individual food truck permits. And 2, to revise the allowed days of the week to include 7 days. That would be from Monday through Sunday. B, intent to abandon section of LaSalle Street from northern right-of-way of U.S. Highway 74 to city limits to north, and calling for public hearing to be held December 13, 2021. This is to call for a public hearing to be held on December 13, 2021 to consider a request from Brandon Reeves, RH Holdings of NC LLC, to abandon approximately 275 feet of LaSalle Street, a 60-foot public road right-of-way from the northern right-of-way of US 74 to the city limits to the north. The Public Enterprise Committee and staff recommend the requested abandonment. C, intent to prohibit vehicular traffic on Morgan Street from Main Street to Haines Street, calling for public hearing to be held December 13, 2021. To call for a public hearing to be held on December 13, 2021 to consider prohibiting traffic on Morgan Street from Main Street to Haines Street for the Morgan-Windsor Alley Improvement Project. The Public Enterprise Committee and staff recommend prohibiting traffic on Morgan Street from Main to Haines Street. D, lease of city property located at Charlotte Monroe Executive Airport to Charlotte Monroe Hangar 1 LLC and granting authorization to interim city manager to execute documents. This is to request City Council approve the proposed land lease with Charlotte Monroe Hangar 1 LLC for 30 years with 2 renewals of 5 years for the construction of a 15,000 square foot aircraft storage hangar on the corporate hangar area, and authorizing the interim city manager to sign the lease agreement and any and all necessary documents. The Airport Commission, General Services Committee, and staff support this request. Retiring employee Dennis Eric Robinson. City Council is requested to approve attached resolution honoring Captain Dennis Robinson for his 30 years of service and authorize awarding his fire helmet on the occasion of his retirement. Tax releases for September 2021. Total tax releases for September 2021 were $870.78. These releases were created by a change or reduction in the value of the City of Monroe by the Union County tax assessor. Mayor, that concludes the consent agenda items.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, out of fashion, we'll go to the regular agenda. First thing on the regular agenda is item 15, a historic landmark designation for Hill Wolf located at 505 South Church Street. This is a public hearing. I have Dale from Washington Street signed up to speak. Mr. Dale, recognize you at this time, sir.
Actually, doesn't, you need to ask Mr. Lohberger to sit down and have Carrie or William Nance.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, 1 minute, I should have called Carrie. Carrie?
Not Dale, William.
William Nance is replacing Carrie? William? Okay.
Just filling in, not replacing.
I ain't got it all together tonight, have I? We'll get it right. We got it going.
Good evening. I'm William with the Planning Department. Tonight I'm here to present a historic landmark request for the Hill Wolf House located at 505 South Church Street. The request is for the exterior grounds and portions of the interior, including the following: oak hardwood floors and stair treads, oak baseboards, French doors with original hardware, beadboard ceiling in the sunroom, retained from the original porch, pine flooring and baseboards on the second floor, a clawfoot tub, and 6 panel doors. The Hill Wolf House possesses special significance in Union County. The Commission based its recommendation on the following considerations. The Hill Wolf House is a well-preserved example of Dutch colonial architecture in Monroe. Workmanship, materials, integrity of design, age, lack of alteration to exterior and interior. Oral tradition reports this house was constructed from an original Sears kit and was pulled by mules from the train depot, which is less than a mile's distance, and delivered to the house site. Efforts to document this tradition have been futile, but a search for examples for Sears kits for that time produced one kit that is substantially the same design, the Rembrandt. Historic landmark designation means this community recognizes this property as an important resource worthy of preservation. Any substantial exterior design changes to a designated landmark are subject to a design review procedures of the Union County Historic Preservation Commission. The designation would allow the owner to apply for an annual deferral of 50% of the property taxes as long as the property is designated and retains significance and integrity. A notification sign was posted 10 days prior to the public hearing. An official notification letter was also sent out to the adjacent property owners located within 150 feet, 10 days prior to the public hearing. 21 properties were notified of the request. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Of 21 letters sent out, did you get any response?
We did have one person make public comment, but they lived outside of the city limits, so they were informed that they could come to the meeting tonight to speak in front of you.
Were you able to ascertain how old the house actually is?
I believe it was from 1926. Let's see. Yes, circa 1925, excuse me.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, here's a public hearing, Dale. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dale Lohberger, 502 South Washington Street, and I'm here actually as chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission, and just wanted to thank you all for considering this recommendation tonight from this committee. And I can't add much to what's already been said. other than we do go through a process of scoring each house based on age, uniqueness, maintenance, condition, and so forth. And this house exceeded the score needed for this recommendation. It's an excellent example of a home that I think deserves this sort of recognition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale. There's a public hearing. Anyone else here who'd like to speak in favor? Not hearing none. Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and take action.
I move that we approve the house as historic designation.
Second.
Okay, have a motion, have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that will pass. Item 16 is annexation and zoning map amendment request for properties containing 80.518 acres located along Widening Road and Rocky River Road. To be rezoned.
Thank you.
For a rezoning, conditional district R20.
Got a
And
statement before you.
I said this is a public hearing, and we recognize amendment.
I got a statement before she gets started. Can David tell us where we at on the transformers?
I think he's back there.
He's here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Lucor, Director of Energy Services. We were able to purchase 20 surplus transformers from the city of Homestead, Florida. We have them on hand. We've also been notified by a manufacturer that we will receive a shipment of a partial order shipment in December rather than February. So both of those things are positive. We feel good at this point that we have enough on hand to continue with the construction that we have going on now.
I guess the question, so with the 20 that you said you have on hand, is that for the current development or proposed new development that we're looking at?
Well, with the development that's proposed today is not going to need transformers for 6 to 12 months. They've got land clearing, they've got a bunch of other things to do. The transformers that we have on hand were for the build out of the existing subdivisions that are already under construction. Phase 1, Phase 2, some of those are complete, and the builders are moving into the additional phases.
Okay, any other questions?
Mayor, I move that we take that hand off of, because of the transformers, because any new development today, really it's longer than that, probably a year and a half, 2 years.
We don't have a band in my knowledge.
I thought we had stretched it out.
You had actually agreed to table any rezonings, I think certain rezonings through, I believe, March? February or March, based on the transformer issue.
Yeah, I move we take that off.
I second that motion.
Yeah, all right, have a motion, second, all in favor to take it off?
Aye.
That'll pass.
And I'd like to make a statement too. We've got 24 approved subdivisions and the Buggy Factory. And I'm real concerned about our ability to provide, services. I know that right now, public service is not completely staffed due to retirements, and I know that we're waiting to complete our Fire Station 6, and I would like us to see how we handle these 24 subdivisions and the services we provide before we have further development, or at least to consider it.
What services are you speaking of that we can't provide?
I don't know that we can't. I'm not saying that we can't, but I'm saying it's an estimated 7,000 more people. And I would just like to make sure that that we provide the water and sewer. I know we got enough to 2042.
Certainly, I want to be sure of that too, and I agree with everything you said.
And, we can't foresee, climate change, and I'd like to see that we do the garbage, the police, the fire, all, because that's going to be a big impact, and I don't want to guesstimate it. That's just a suggestion.
Mayor, if I might, I think there are two quick things we need some clarification. I think what council's last action was, and I'll look at the clerk, I believe the action, it's effectively you reconsidered, or you basically said the actions you took last time, which tabled all of those properties, you have just said you have stricken those. I think that's how staff will treat it. With respect to, I think what Councilmember Anthony is getting towards is, if you're talking about any sort of moratorium, that requires there's a specific statutory process for that.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm not gonna call it a moratorium because I know I can't.
Because that would be bad. Because if you did that, that creates there's a limitation in terms of what we can do on that now, as opposed to what I think when council may have done that many years ago. But I think what you're saying is you want to make sure that staff's adequately looking at the.
Absolutely.
I'll defer to the manager, the interim manager on that.
Russ Colbath's standing right there in the door if you want to. Russ, could we borrow you a minute? Angeline, go ahead and ask him, salute her.
Okay, what impact will these new 24 subdivisions that's already approved the butter factory have on our water supply? I know that previously we knew we had enough for the citizens until 2042, but I wanted to take in consideration the climate change. It's hotter now. We keep having these floods and tornadoes and everything. A lot of that cannot be predicted, and I just wanted to make sure that we don't overload ourselves.
Sure. Council might recall back in February of this year, we gave you a capacity update primarily on sewer, and we looked at all the projects and we showed the surplus capacity that we have. And there is significant surplus capacity when we talk about water supply for average rainfall. We're in a really dry year right now, but we've had droughts in 99, 02, 07. So droughts are cyclical, they come and go. I can't speculate on a broader climate change. That's a much broader topic. I don't think anybody can predict what that really means. Some models say that we'll actually have a wetter climate in the southeast, but it doesn't mean we're not going to have occasional droughts. So, but the way we manage our water supply and the surpluses that we have, and we also have a water shortage ordinance, if we do have a dry year, we can take actions that get us through that, and then reservoirs typically replenish. We've also got our Catawba supply. We're not fully utilizing that, so we have a lot of capacity there. And we're getting ready to come back to the council, county commissioner work group with a long-term plan for multiple water supply expansions. So I can just tell you, I feel like the current projects can be served based on our existing system. We have surplus capacity based on average rain. It doesn't mean we won't have a drought year every once in a while, but we manage through that with good ordinances, good system management. I actually had an article in the city manager's newsletter to the council last week, I believe it was, about fluctuating levels are a normal part of running a system, but we are about 17 inches below normal for this year. That's a lot of precipitation that would fill the lakes. We're going to have years like that. I came in 98. I think I've had at least 4 droughts in my time here, so I don't know if that helps.
It helps, but I just want us to be confident about the infrastructure and everything, that we need to take those things into consideration.
We're looking out 20, 30, 40 years, and we have those plans, and I think we'll be able to support certainly what you've approved so far and more.
So you're saying there's no issue with water and sewer?
Well, in a drought year, we may have to use our shortage ordinance to do some curtailments, but you got to look beyond one.
We've got 3 people or 3 million. I mean, that could be true if we have a drought at any time.
Exactly.
How's our sewer situation?
The capacity use strategy we presented in February is right on target. We're having a lot of new meter sets, but that's good. We've also got some new strategies. We'll speak about one during one of the public hearings tonight. We're looking out at least 8 years to get the new capacity online, and that's what we presented back in February, so we're right on track with that. I feel good about the commitments council's made, positive things for Monroe. So we're tracking every commitment that the city makes and prepared to honor it.
So would you say, are we in a drought currently?
I don't know if the state has actually, there's an office that does declare drought. Keep in mind, we're a very small watershed. Our three lakes are very small compared to the state as a whole. You know, the larger basins may not have experienced the same lack of precipitation that we have. So we have to manage our own affairs here, but the state has not declared a drought, but 17 inches below normal would probably consider a drought. But they don't declare drought on such a small area like Monroe's watersheds. Pretty small.
I guess the question, in your opinion, do you think we in a drought?
17 inches below is way below, so I'd say it's drought conditions, but we're still in good shape. I calculated it today. We have over 250 days of supply. Our ordinance doesn't even kick in till, you know, well below that in terms of voluntary conservation and then mandatory. So we're going into the winter. And the winter is a time where our reservoirs typically fill back up. So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And if I may, you're fine, Russ, thank you. But in planning's review of all of these subdivisions, there are things that are looked at, impacts with fire, police, and all of those, energy, water, sewer, all of the schools, all of those are noted in their staff reports. And if any adverse impacts would be there, I mean, they would be noted and brought out in the presentation. So I don't recall, Doug or Carrie, I mean, is that a fair statement?
Yes. Whenever we receive a project for a rezoning or an annexation, we do send them to all the city departments so that they are aware and so that they can provide their comment on the project as well.
Okay, you want to go ahead and proceed with item 16, annexation and
Well, hold on, I got another
Okay.
statement. So I guess in general, especially with the schools, because they always come up with projects and stuff, they just give that little blur about the capacity with schools and stuff. I think we just got to do a better job of having dialogue with the schools so we can have a better understanding the capacity and stuff like that, if the schools are at capacity and stuff like that.
Yeah, and we just copy straight from what the school system provides us.
You do work with the school system, do you not?
We let them know about our projects and ask for them any comment that they have. And that's for two reasons. One's for them to provide their comment, and two, so that they can prepare for any planning and future growth as well.
Will they get all this information?
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. You will present.
Hold on, I got another thing. And then, so for substantiation changes with development plans and all of that, I think, council, we got to look at it going back through the process, because what's happening is they make these changes after it goes to the planning committee, correct?
Not always, but
Right.
there are some changes sometimes that happen in between, yes, based off of planning board comments.
Right. So I guess with the substantiation changes of these plans, I think we just gotta make our ordinance strong, especially with the UDO that we're doing. We gotta make a statement that it gotta go back through the process in order for it trying to come through planning committee and come to council to get approved. So just making a statement that for council to know, we just gotta look at our ordinance and make that stronger as we look at this UDO to approve it.
Good evening, I'm Carrie Mendler with the Planning Department. Tonight I'll be presenting two separate items under one presentation. The first item is an annexation request. The second item is a zoning text and map amendment request. The applicant is requesting the annexation and conditional district rezoning in order to develop residential and commercial. The total area of the project is 80.51 acres, with 21.53 acres left as common open space. The density of this project is 3.66 units per acre, and the total area dedicated to the residential portion of the project is 65.59 acres. The total area dedicated to the commercial portion of the project is 14.92 acres. To orient you to the site, the property is highlighted in blue. There are a total of 4 parcels. The yellow dash line that you see is the approximate location of the residential portion of this project, and the red dash line that you see is the approximate location of the commercial portion of the project. The subject property is currently located in the county, and it is zoned R20. The adjoining zoning is also county R20 to the south, which is this green color, and to the west. And then to the north, the zoning is RA20, which is this blue color. And then to the east is the conditional district Villages at Rocky River, which was approved in 2018. Additionally, to the south, there is a city parcel that is zoned general business. There is a convenience station there currently. The applicants are requesting the conditional district rezoning in order to develop a total of 295 housing units with 98,178 square feet of commercial space, which also includes 48,387 square foot anchor store. So you do have a copy of this site plan in front of you. It's just for reference as I go through the presentation. So the breakdown of the housing units is as follows. There's 107 attached townhomes with front-load garages. There are 17 52-foot wide front-load garage single-family detached lots, 62 40-foot wide rear-load garage single-family detached lots, 81 village cottage rear-load garage lots, and 28 lofts on the upper story of a mixed-use structure. And I will go into this in more detail in a moment. So the proposed setbacks for the residential uses are located in your packet for reference, as each type has their own setbacks. The commercial portions will maintain a 10-foot setback along Weddington Road and North Rocky River Road, while the interior setbacks will be a minimum of 5 feet with an exception of a 20-foot landscape buffer, which is located behind the grocery store anchor to add some buffering. The project is required to provide at least 12.5% open space, which would equal 10.06 acres. The total area of open space provided is 21.53 acres, 26.74%. The open space also includes a clubhouse, pool, a large open area with walking trails in the northwest corner, and several pocket parks, which will have walking paths, gazebos, and a tot lot. Commencement of these amenity areas will begin no later than 50% of the certificates of occupancy being issued. Just to orient you to the site plan, the main amenity area here is located in the center of the site, and that is where the pool and cabana will be located. There's also a amenity here, which is the pocket park with a gazebo and walking trails. And then the northwest corner, there's a large expanse of open space with a natural walking path, as well as a tot lot playground located near the walking path as well. And I believe the walking path is just over half a mile total for like the whole circle. As far as the landscaping, street trees will be provided along both sides of all interior streets. A landscape buffer will also be provided around the perimeter of the site. The landscape buffer around the residential portion ranges in widths from 20 feet to 50 feet, and the landscaper buffer around the commercial portion is 10 feet, which will be along the frontage, and then to the west, and then to the north, as I mentioned, there is a 20-foot landscape buffer to provide additional buffering and landscaping. Each single-family lot and townhome will have at least 2 yard trees, and landscaping will also be provided throughout the commercial portion of the site, with parking lot landscaping provided as well. A 5-foot wide sidewalk will be provided along both sides of the interior public roads throughout the development, and an 8-foot wide sidewalk will be provided along Weddington Highway and North Rocky River Road. The applicant will be required to provide stormwater management to treat the stormwater runoff for the project. The stormwater will be evaluated and reviewed if the project is approved by City Council at the building permit stage of the process. There's also a blue line on this property, which is located in the northwest corner. It currently it has a pond at the end of it. They are providing that with a 50-foot buffer on both sides as required by the ordinance. Moving on to the commercial uses, the following uses are proposed for the commercial and mixed-use portion, which is this red here on the site plan. All of the uses listed in Table 156.110 of the Unified Development Ordinance under the general business classification. If they have a Z, they will be allowed by right, just as they would in a general business zoning district. If an S is listed, a special use permit would be required from the Board of Adjustment, again, just as it would in the general business zoning district. Other uses permitted will be neighborhood retail uses, such as those offering basic services and frequently purchased goods to the immediate surrounding residential areas. Self-storage with interior access only, gas station / convenience store with or without gas pumps, auto emission inspection station, electric vehicle charging stations, ATMs, banks with or without drive-throughs, and drive-through service will also be permitted for any use. Again, that is for this red portion, which is the commercial, as well as potentially the mixed use, which would have commercial on the lower floor. So due to the different types of uses and products for the residential, I'm going to go through those separately. So the first is the townhomes, which is yellow on your site plan in front of you. These are front-load garages, and there will be 107 of them. The total, or the minimum proposed house size for these is 1,260 heated square feet. The exterior materials will be limited to fiber cement, stone, stucco, and/or brick. Additionally, 25% of the front facade will be brick and/or stone. All driveways will be paved with concrete or asphalt from the road to the garage and will be able to accommodate at least 2 vehicles. All end units of the townhomes will have a standard 2-car garage, and all of the interior units will have a standard 1-car garage. All garages will have the hardware that mimics carriage-style doors as well. So again, that is the yellow portion on the site plan, which is down in the bottom corner. And then these are the elevations that are proposed for the garages. Or I'm sorry, the elevations for the townhomes, which also includes the garages. Next is the 40-foot wide, which has rear load garages, and there are 62 of these, and that's indicated by the green on your site plan. The minimum proposed house size is 1,600 heated square feet. The exterior materials will also be limited to fiber cement, stone, stucco, and/or brick materials. Additionally, the 25% of the front will be brick and/or stone. However, a home that has a front porch that encompasses more than 75% of the front elevation will not be required to have that 25% of the front facade as brick and/or stone. The thought behind that is that the porch, if it encompasses that much, helps break up the front as the same as the 25% brick or stone would do. But again, vinyl is not permitted, so it would still be fiber cement, stone, brick, or stucco. So all driveways will be paved with concrete or asphalt from the road to the garage, and they will be able to accommodate at least 2 vehicles. All units will have a 2-car rear load garage. Some of these units may have an attached garage, while some may have a detached garage, but they will all have a 2-car garage. And all of those garages will also have the hardware that mimics carriage-style doors. So these are the proposed homes for the 40-foot wide product. So these would be the front of the homes, the top 6 that you see, with the potential of the rear load garage that you see below that. Next is the 52-foot wide, which is indicated by the orange on your site plan. There are only 17 of these, and they are the front load garage style. A minimum proposed house size for these is 1,800 heated square feet. The exterior materials will be limited to the fiber cement, stone, brick materials, or stucco, and these will also have the 25% of the front facade as brick and/or stone. All driveways will be paved with concrete or asphalt from the road to the garage and will be able to accommodate at least 2 vehicles. And all homes will have a 2-car garage, and those garages will have the hardware that mimics the carriage-style doors. These are the proposed elevations for the 52-foot wide product. Lastly is the Village Cottage. This is a new concept for Monroe, so if you have any questions while I go through this, please let me know. I will try my best to explain it. So the minimum proposed, so these are rear load, and there are 81 of them. The minimum proposed house size for these is 1,400 heated square feet. The exterior materials will be limited to fiber cement, stone, stucco, and/or brick materials. Additionally, the 25% of the front will be brick and/or stone unless they do have a front porch that encompasses at least 75% of the front elevation. The Village Cottage lots will have a rear load garage to accommodate at least 2 cars. In addition to the garage, there will be a 9 by 20 grass paved or pervious parking area provided for the lots that front a linear park. This will allow flexible use of the space for parking additional vehicles or utilizing the space for additional outdoor area for the homeowner. The shared driveway to access the rear of these homes may not be utilized for parking and will be maintained by the HOA. So that is the blue area on your site plan in front of you. And I'm going to go into a little bit more detail with these as well. So these are the proposed elevations for this Village Cottage. As I mentioned, they will have the rear load garage as well. And this is a clear version of kind of what a block will look like as far as the Village Cottage. So they are individual homes on an individual lot. So what you would do basically is you would come off of the main right-of-way down a private alley that is also maintained by the HOA, and then you would turn up a shared access easement, which is utilized to access the homes within this cottage block. And then you would have your garage. As I stated, some have the grass paved pervious, which is this spot that you see here. And then some also have just an additional patio area for additional outdoor living space. So some homes will face an actual right-of-way, as you can see with these 4 here. And then some of them will face a green linear park or green space, as you see with these 2. I have another image shortly that will show an example of what that looks like. So this is sort of what the concept is. You would have houses that face a green linear park space. Just another example.
Carrie, if you don't mind me asking, you mentioned 1,400 square foot minimum in this area?
Yes, the Village Cottage have 1,400 minimum.
Right, and do we have a maximum, or I could see through this that some of them are larger than the others, and I was just curious
We don't.
what the square footage was.
Yeah, we don't have a maximum. Typically with the rezoning, we just set the minimum requirement, so that is what they have stipulated is 1,400 heated square feet, and that's not including the garage, of course.
You may have answered that question, maybe I didn't understand. What is the largest square footage? Is that what you was just answering?
We don't set a maximum square footage for the houses in the rezoning
They propose 1,400.
as the minimum.
Oh.
As the minimum house size, so they can't go below that, but as far as,
But they could build 200 at 1,400 square feet, is what I'm saying. You
They
said that's their minimum, they can't go lower than that.
for the Village Cottage homes,
How many is that?
81.
81, okay.
Is there a maximum?
No. No.
House size?
They could build all 1,410
No,
square feet.
just with like any rezoning, we set the minimum house size for the houses. We don't set a maximum.
So all of them could be built 1,400 square feet.
Potentially, just as
I
they
understand
could
what
with
minimum
any.
is. Minimum is far down. What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
our minimum is 14.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, they could build every one of them at 14, because that's our minimum. They don't have to go up or down.
Well, they can't go down, but they could go up.
But they could build every one of them at 1,400 square feet.
Yes, for the Village Cottage, but the townhomes, then the other style homes have different minimum requirements.
Have to be the minimum requirement.
They have different minimum requirements. Like the 52-foot wide lots, their house size was a minimum of 1,800 heated square feet. The 40-foot wide product was 1,600 heated square feet. And the townhomes had a minimum house size of 1,260 heated square feet. So each
1,200.
style of house has their own standards
So we got 1,200 square feet.
for the townhomes.
That's okay. We got 1,400 square feet. What's the next?
1,600.
Well, we don't know how many will be 1,600 square feet. Oh, yeah.
The 1,600, there's 62 of the 40-foot wide product.
62, okay.
Mhm.
So 62 of them will be 1,600 or above.
Or larger.
Or larger, yeah, or above. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so that was some examples of what that looks like in person. This is just an example of the grass pervious, so the rainwater can still flow through it, but you can still support like a vehicle for parking purposes or, table or something for outdoor living. Next, the commercial exterior materials, including the mixed-use building, which is the brown on your site, will be limited to brick, stone, stucco, synthetic stone, fiber cement, or similar materials. Wood, vinyl, metal, and mirrorized glass are prohibited. The mixed-use structure has a total of 83 parking spaces, which will be utilized for the loft units as well as the commercial tenants that would be on the bottom floor. A total of 424 parking spaces is provided for the main commercial, which is the red on your site plan. So these are the proposed elevations of what the lofts could look like. Again, this would be typically with retail or commercial on bottom floor with lofts above it, similar to what you would see in a downtown area.
How many of those lofts were there? I don't see that on this register here.
There's 28 of the lofts. They're in the brown area.
Okay. Bifocal didn't work. Okay, 28. Thank you.
Sure. So this is the commercial site plan, and it does show basically the landscaping, and then you'll see that they do have the anchor store with some additional retail or commercial space that you can see already planned out, as well as 3 out parcels that would be developed at a later time. This is, I'm going to go through the elevations for the commercial portion. So this would indicate materials, design, architectural elements that we would be looking for whenever, if approved, whenever they came through the permit process. So I'm going to move on to the transportation. This development will have a mix of public roads and private alleys. With that said, all of the roads that are built, whether they are private or public, will be built to the City of Monroe standards. The public roads will be maintained by the City of Monroe, while all of the private alleys will be maintained by the HOA. The commercial parking areas and the drive aisles will also be maintained privately as well. So the proposal includes 5 entrance points. 2 of those are on Weddington Road, while 3 are on North Rocky River Road. Due to the number of lots in this development, a TIA, or traffic impact analysis, was required and conducted for this project. So the following improvements are required for this development that came out of that traffic impact analysis. The first was at the intersection of North Rocky River Road and Gold Mine Road. And just to orient you real quick, the site in question is here to the south, located or highlighted in blue with the red star. So up to Gold Mine Road to the north, there is an existing left turn lane that you can turn left onto Gold Mine Road. So if you're heading south down Rocky River Road and you want to turn left onto Gold Mine Road, they will be extending that turn lane to accommodate 150 feet of storage. So next was at the intersection of Weddington Road and North Rocky River Road, and the project site is highlighted in blue to the northwest here. So they will be constructing a westbound right turn lane located along Weddington Road with 125 feet of storage. So that would be a right turn lane located on Weddington Road to turn right to head north on Rocky River Road. Additionally, there is an existing NCDOT project that will be adding left turn lanes at this intersection on all sides. The developer will be responsible for maximizing the storage of the left turn lane from where NCDOT project stops to their Access 3. So this map is just showing you more or less where the Access 3 is. So there would be a left turn lane located from the intersection to Access 3 for left turn lane stacking. So for the first access, which is the northernmost entrance along North Rocky River Road, this entrance is a full movement entrance. It will be required to construct a southbound right turn lane into the development with storage. They will be required to construct a northbound left turn lane into the development. They will be required to construct an exclusive left turn lane to exit the development. And they'll also be required to construct a shared through right lane to exit the development. So I've tried to my best. So as you're heading north on Rocky River, they'll be required to develop a left turn lane into the development, as well as a right turn lane into the development on Rocky River Road, as well as turn lanes within their development to leave it. Next is access 2. Here, this is also a full movement entrance. So they'll be required to construct a southbound right turn lane into the development, as well as a northbound left turn lane into the development. Additionally, they will be required to construct dedicated left and right turn lanes to exit. You may be asking why there isn't a through lane. That is because this northern entrance here does line up with the proposed entrance of the project that was approved in 2018. This entrance would not have a through lane because there's no entrance across from it proposed. So it's just basically a left in, a right in, and then a left out and a right out. Access number 3, which is the southernmost entrance along North Rocky River Road. This entrance is a right in, right out entrance only. And that is probably because of the distance from the intersection. So they don't want people to turn out of there going left. So they will be required to construct a southbound right turn lane into the development, as well as a right turn out of the development. So that is why it's called a right in, right out access point. Access number 4 is the eastern entrance. Oops, did not mean to move that. It's the easternmost entrance along Weddington Road, and this entrance will also be a full movement entrance. So they'll be required to construct a westbound right turn lane into the development, as well as an eastbound left turn lane into the development. They'll also be required to construct dedicated left and right turn lanes to exit. And lastly, access 5, which is the western entrance on Weddington Road. They'll be required to construct the westbound right turn lane into the development, as well as an eastbound left turn lane into the development, and a single exit lane that will allow for left and right turns out of the development. This development does fall within the following school districts for the 2021-2022 school year. Rocky River Elementary, which is at 78% capacity. Sun Valley Middle, which is at 98% capacity, and Sun Valley High School, which is at 85% capacity. The applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting on August 19th, 2021. There were 3 individuals who attended that meeting, which was held virtually. Additionally, the rezoning and annexation notification signs have been posted on this property since September 3rd of 2021, and 28 official rezoning notification letters were sent to the adjacent property owners located within at least 150 feet on September 3rd, again on October 1st, and again on October 29th. And this map does indicate the properties that we sent letters to. The properties that have a star indicate the properties in question tonight for the rezoning. The land development plan indicates that this area is suburban. While residential uses typically take the form of neighborhoods with uniform housing types and densities, a mix of housing types and lot sizes is preferred in these character areas. Commercial development mostly serves the needs of nearby residents and often locates along corridors with higher traffic volumes and near prominent intersections. The density for suburban residential is 2 to 4 units per acre, and both single-family and multifamily residential and commercial uses are listed as priority uses in this character area. Mixed uses are not listed as a priority use in this character area, however. Staff does believe that the proposed project is consistent with the future land use plan and is a reasonable use and in the public interest because it does provide a mix of housing and lot sizes. It is also consistent with the allowable density and provides connections to the proposed commercial activity center. Planning Board and planning staff did recommend approval of conditional district villages at Rocky River West. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant, I believe, is here as well.
Council have any questions? Okay, thank you, Sherry. The deadline to submit written comments for this public hearing was 5 p.m. November the 5th. There were 16 written comments that could be accepted into the record. The submission, the submissions were in opposition of the project. So I just wanted to get that into the public hearing also. So there were 16 oppositions, and the deadline was 5 p.m. November the 5th. Okay. I have two people signed up to speak in favor. Nicholson, is it Parker? Nicholson, am I saying that right, sir?
My name is Nicholas Parker, 30 Union Street South, Concord, North Carolina. I am president of Amicus Partners. We were the land planner and engineer for this project, and I just wanted to make myself available to answer any questions as it relates to the residential portion of the site.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And I have Terry Taylor. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Terry Taylor. I'm president of Mirabella Investments, and I'd like to say thank you, Mayor and Council, for your consideration of our project tonight. I've been in the commercial real estate development business since 1995. And prior to that, I worked several different roles, including a civil engineer, where I designed projects like this. I've also been in the commercial real estate lending business. I served 24 years in the United States Air Force as an officer, both active and reserve. We have developed numerous commercial real estate projects throughout the southeastern United States. Most of our development projects have been exactly what you've been presented here tonight. I have been personally involved in the planning of this project since we first identified the opportunity, and I'll continue to be personally involved in the project through its completion. My company and I personally take pride in developing, owning, and managing quality retail centers. This one will be no different. There are many reasons that we believe the council should approve our project, and I'd like to mention 3. Our site is currently located outside of the city of Monroe.
Mayor, if I may, because I believe you do not live in Monroe, nor do you, you don't own the property. I think you work for the property.
No, I'm under contract to purchase the property.
Under contract to purchase, but you don't currently own or live there, right?
I do not.
If we could ask, because these are the same rules we've made everyone else agree to, is that you cannot talk about the annexation. Feel free to talk about the rezoning and the development, but you cannot talk about being annexed into the city.
Okay.
It's a little odd, I understand, but that's a state law issue, and we've told a lot of people the same thing.
I don't think I have any comments with regard to the annexation itself. My comment was going to be that we're in the city of Monroe, or Union County right now, and a land use plan identifies this property to be developed exactly as we're trying to develop it. That's the only comment I'd make. Our project, as Kerry went into significant detail, will address any traffic concerns. We're doing extensive roadway improvements, even 1.5 miles away at Gold Mine and Rocky River. Finally, you should approve it because we do good work, and we intend to make this the best project in the city of Monroe, and we believe that it will be first class and that it will set the standard for future development in that area. Happy to answer any questions you have.
You mentioned other projects. Could you just generally say where those have been? I believe you mentioned Southeast, but I was just curious if there's anything close by that you may have developed similarly to this.
It was a small development we did in Anderson, but most of them had been in Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Florida. Really all the states in the Southeast, but none as yet in
North Carolina.
In North Carolina.
Why did you choose this particular parcel?
It's a great commercial piece. It's at a fantastic intersection. Growth is headed that way. Weddington Road is a main east-west artery. Rocky River is a main north-south artery. We feel like that with this location will not only serve the city of Monroe in the western side, the southwestern side, but also we'll be able to serve a good portion of the county, of Union County, all the way to the south and to the west, all the way to Wesley Chapel, down to Waxhaw.
Any other questions of Mr. Taylor? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, your 24-year service, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak in favor? Hearing none, in opposition, I have Catherine, is it Mom's? Holly Tree Lane.
Morris.
I'll recognize you, Ms. Catherine.
Ms. Morris, before you begin, as you are not a resident of Monroe, I offer you the same caution that the previous speaker received. Please do not speak on the annexation, but feel free to speak on the rezoning.
Yes, sir. My name is Catherine Morris. I live at 3107 Holly Tree Lane, which is in Willoughby Woods, just down the road from this location. My husband and I have lived in Monroe, North Carolina for almost 40 years. We've gone to school here. We've learned to drive. We've been married, and now we're raising our family. We thought what was our forever growing area, and we call it home. Just a few short years ago, we purchased a lot within Willoughby Woods and built what we thought would be our forever home. We were welcomed and adopted by all of our neighbors and have lived here for years. We choose this area because of the small town feel and the community and heritage that surrounds us. However, this has changed drastically over the course of the last 15 to 20 years. We love it here and are worried that the advancements and the development of surrounding areas will negatively affect all of us. We are currently aware of the plans of development that will create too many houses, overpopulate the surrounding neighborhoods, and create traffic and stormwater problems. The infrastructure here just can't take it, including the roads for any of the other city systems. There are already issues with traffic, water runoff, housing density, and pedestrian safety. Getting in and out of neighborhoods is already somewhat of an issue without adding any more cars to the roadway. We know change and development are inevitable. However, with the large number of developments that are already in play and being built, it feels as though we are at a losing side of things. I feel that we are dedicated to finding solutions and working through them as a community to bring life back to Monroe, our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Also in opposition, Mr. Bob Yanachek, sir.
Robert Yanchek, 513 Everett Street. I've been following this project for quite a while, and I think we have all agreed, and we actually heard from the city engineer with electrical, that we are overburdening our infrastructure. I mean, we're basically one ice storm away from not having enough transformers based on what I've heard the past couple meetings. The infrastructure can't take it, the roadways, and we tend to look at these projects as islands, right? The traffic study was done on this project, which is great, but there's two other projects that are basically going to come up for a vote in the next couple months. One's already been approved, yet to be constructed, and the lady from Willoughby Woods, that project is also going to go through. So with the schools and everything else and the procedure of how these are getting processed, we think we need to stop, take a look, and see exactly what we have. We're short on police. We're going to get shorter with the officer shortage over the next couple of years. do we want our police force to be that much more strained to provide a good service to fire? I think we need to stop, take a look at this, and I would say vote no. We need to start putting the people that live here first. You know, the developers, and we said none of them actually live here. They're here to sell a product, and the citizens here are the consumers. So they have to sell a really good product, and if the consumers don't want it, we should vote no. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? Yes, ma'am, if you'll come to the podium, please. If you will, give your name and address to the lady, please, for your record.
My name is Carol Williams. I live at 402 Wildwood Road. Okay. Being new to all these extra developments, and we've learned a lot in the past few weeks, it's my understanding that you have to have one entry exit per 100 houses. You've got 295 houses, and I only see 2 that are actually going into the housing development. You've got them around the shopping center, but you've only got 2 going into the housing development.
Carrie, can you answer that question, please, ma'am?
You got one there, and you got one there. But
Yes.
the rest of them go into the shopping center.
Yes, we do route these to engineering and fire, who comment on the number of entrances for a project, and they were satisfied with that it met their ordinances and regulations with the 5 entrances total for the project. And I can't speak for sure, but I believe it's if you cross 100 lots, not necessarily per 100. So it's not per 100, it's just if you go over 100 total.
It's one entry exit per 100 houses. So they've got 295. That means they've got over 200. That's 2 houses. You have to go to the 3rd one. That's what it says on the internet as far as your building rules.
And I can just say again, we do route these to our fire department and our engineering department, who make comments and ensure that the entrances and the number of entrances, and make sure that turnarounds for fire trucks is adequate and meets the city code and fire code.
So it's with fire code and legal.
Engineering.
All the legal, I mean, fire and police, and as far as the turnarounds, of course, I know that's in there.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, the entrance and the exit is legal. I mean, what you got?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition or in favor? If not, we'll close the public hearing and take action. It's on item 16. Any comment, council?
Ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Carrie, I've got a question.
Yes.
Is this, the power for this subdivision, is this Duke Power or Union Electric?
It is Union Power is who will serve this subdivision.
So Union Power will be the one furnishing the transformers?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make the motion that the petition meets the requirements for annexation.
Okay, I have a motion on item B.
I'll second
I have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? What's that? 1, 2, 3. Was it 4? You get that? You get that, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right, item C.
Actually, then call the opposed.
Oh. Any opposed? Please. Okay, sorry about that. I'm getting too late at night. Okay, item C.
Motion to adopt an ordinance to extend the corporate limits.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Okay. Item D.
Gotta do opposition.
Opposition, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm blinking. Okay, got that, Madam Clerk. Okay. Now we're ready for item D.
Motion to adopt a resolution approving land development and plan compliance.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Yeah. All opposed? Get that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Item E.
Motion to adopt ordinance amending code section 156.106.
Second.
Have a motion, second, all in favor? All opposed? Get that, Madam Clerk. Item F.
Motion to adopt ordinance amending code section 156. 98.
Second. Have a motion and a second, okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Get that, Madam Clerk, okay. That will, item 16 will be approved, but then item 17. Item 17, deadline to submit written comment for the public hearing was 5 p.m. November the 5th. Therefore, the written comment received it could be accepted as recommended submission. In favor of the project this time, we'd like to recognize it was in submission, there was a favor of the project, and this time we recognize Planner Carrie Medley.
It's regarding the Region Pines project, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Good evening, I'm Carrie Mendler with the Planning Department. Is it okay to start?
Yes, go ahead. We got a quorum. I don't know where they go.
Okay, all right.
Bathroom break.
We got a quorum.
Okay. Good evening, I'm Carrie Mendler with the Planning Department. Tonight I'm presenting a zoning map and text amendment request for the property located along Old Charlotte Highway. This is located between Arnold Drive and Roland Drive. And the applicant is requesting the conditional district rezoning in order to develop 173 attached single-family homes, also known as townhomes. The total area of the project is 30.03 acres with 17.5 acres as open space. Again, just to orient you to the site, it is highlighted in blue. There are a number of parcels involved, which are all highlighted in blue. The site is currently zoned a mixture of general business here on the front, which is this pink, and R20, which is the gray to the rear. The property to the north is zoned residential and is occupied by a school and church here. And then the property to the east is zoned multifamily, which is this green color. That is the Nottingham Apartments. The property to the south is zoned residential and general business, is currently occupied by residential as well as office and warehouse. And then lastly, the property to the west is zoned general business and is occupied by office and warehouses as well. The applicant is requesting the conditional district in order to develop 173 townhomes. The total area of the project is 30.03 acres with 17.55 acres of open space. The density of this project is 5.76 units per acre. The minimum lot size for these townhomes is 1,890 square feet. The ordinance requires a 50-foot landscape buffer for this project. The 50-foot landscape buffer is provided along all property lines, as you can see with the darker green on the site plan. Street trees will also be provided at a rate of 1 tree for every 2 units. In addition, trees will be planted behind the units as well. The project is required to provide at least 50% open space, which would equal 15.05 acres. As I mentioned, the applicant is currently providing 17.55 acres, which is 58.4% of the total site. The open space will also include an amenity area with a cabana and pool, which is located central to the site and is indicated by the orange on the site plan. The construction of that amenity area will begin no later than 50% of the certificates of occupancy being issued. The applicant will be required to provide stormwater detention and retention to manage and treat the stormwater runoff for the project. The stormwater will be evaluated and reviewed if the project is approved by the City Council at the building permit stage of the process. 5-foot wide sidewalk will be provided along both sides of all interior streets. Additionally, a 10-foot wide multi-use path will be installed along the road frontage of Old Charlotte Highway. The project is required, or is located on Old Charlotte Highway between Roland and Arnold Drive, as I mentioned earlier. The project will be accessed by one entrance on Old Charlotte Highway and one entrance off of Roland Drive, as you can see on the site plan here. The North Carolina Department of Transportation and the City of Monroe did not require a traffic impact analysis for this project. However, the project is required to construct a right deceleration lane to enter into the project, as well as a left turn lane to enter into the project. And those will both be constructed along Charlotte Highway. The developer is proposing the exterior building materials to include fiber cement, stone, stucco, or brick. Vinyl and EIFS will only be utilized for trim, eaves, soffits, and windows. And the minimum heated floor area of the townhomes is 1,400 square feet. And this is a proposed rendering of the townhomes. And these are some in-person pictures of the actual product currently built elsewhere. The applicant is proposing that all units will have at least a one-car attached garage for the interior units, and all end units will have a two-car garage. All front-load garages will have carriage-style trim and/or hardware that mimics the carriage-style doors, and each driveway will be able to accommodate at least 2 vehicles. The ordinance requires that multifamily projects provide parking at a rate of 1 space per bedroom, plus an additional half space per unit. Assuming that each unit is 2 bedrooms, the project would require 433 parking spaces. Currently, they are proposing 634 parking spaces. This includes the end units having 4 spaces total, with the 2 in the driveway and 2 in the garage, as well as interior units having 3 spaces total, with 2 in the driveway and 1 in the garage, and approximately 49 spaces at the amenity area. This development falls within the following school districts: Rocky River Elementary, which is currently at 76% capacity, Monroe Middle, which is at 91% capacity, and Monroe High School, which is at 73% capacity. According to Don Ogrum with the school system, the proposed development is not expected to adversely affect school enrollment versus capacity. Additionally, the Water Resources Department has taken proactive steps to prevent any overallocation of capacity as experienced by surrounding jurisdictions. So phased sewer permitting and water meter sets via the attached developer agreement supports the implementation of the city sewer capacity use strategy for balancing residential and non-residential projects. Russ Colbath, the Water Resources Director, is here as well to answer any specific questions that you may have on that. The applicant did hold a neighborhood meeting on September 9th of 2021. There were approximately 6 attendees at that meeting. Additionally, rezoning notification signs were posted 10 days prior to the public hearing, and 71 official rezoning notification letters were sent to the adjacent property owners on October 29th of 2021. This is the map indicating the properties that are up for question of the rezoning, indicated by the star. If you do see this red buffering line does extend beyond the properties, that is simply because those properties are owned by the same people that own the properties up for discussion. So we are required to treat that as one parcel and notify all the other adjoining property owners. So I just wanted to make that clear since it does extend a bit out. The land development plan indicates this area is the suburban character area. While residential uses typically take the form of neighborhoods with uniform housing types and densities, a mix of housing types and lot sizes is preferred in these areas. The density for the suburban character area is 2 to 4 units per acre, and multifamily residential is listed as a priority use in this character area. While townhomes are listed as a priority use in this character area, the density is limited to 2 to 4, and this development was at 5.76. So therefore, the proposed project is not consistent with the future land use plan. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed project is reasonable and in the public interest because the project is adjacent to a multifamily residential apartment complex and is located along a heavily traveled corridor, which is no longer suitable for single-family residential lots. Planning staff did recommend approval of the rezoning, and Planning Board did recommend denial of the rezoning with an 8-1 vote. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
How many response did you get back from the zoning that you, in the, what kind of response did you have from that?
From the letters and the signs, I do not recall receiving any phone calls. I believe that there was one public comment submitted in written form.
And this may be, of course, I mentioned there was one written comment.
Yes.
That we received, and it was in favor of the project.
Yeah.
I was wondering if any other letters or anything that you might have had.
I don't recall receiving any phone calls about this project for or against, or any just general questions.
Well, who is the builder?
I'm sorry?
Who is the builder? Do you know the builder?
I'm not sure if the builder is set, but the applicant is here and they could certainly answer that question.
Okay, that's good.
Did planning department recommend not approval because of this 5.76 units per acre, that's high density? Is that one?
The planning staff recommended approval of the project. Planning board recommended denial. I believe density, they did have a concern with the number of units. And you know, Old Charlotte Highway, it is a hodgepodge of uses. There are single family, there's, you know, commercial, industrial, but it is obviously a heavily traveled corridor. So traffic was a concern as well.
Okay, thank you.
I was a little confused too on that. You mentioned 1,800 square feet. Is that the?
The lot size.
Okay.
That's a lot of units.
So I guess my question is, since the planning board denial, they have made substantial changes in their plans?
There were no changes from planning board to council.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. All right. I have
One more question. Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
I believe that you, the staff, stated that the density allowed for this should have been in the 2 to 4 range. Is that correct?
Yes, the future land use identifies 2 to 4 maximum for the density in this character area.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Thanks.
This is a public hearing. Anyone here who'd like to speak in favor? Name and address for a record, please.
Okay, Brandon Pridemore, 1186 Stonecrest Boulevard, TK, South Carolina. We're with Arjo Harris Associates, we're the civil engineering consultant for the project. On behalf of Charlotte Land Group and the builder partner is Meritage Homes, just for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to address a couple of things that I heard as we talked about it. One was the planning board. We did not get a whole lot of feedback at the planning board. There was discussion about the use and a little bit about density, but the motion that was made, that 8-1 decision, that we didn't have any direction as to what they didn't like. It was just kind of traffic and whatnot. But I wanted to kind of speak to also, I heard concerns about density and land use. As staff had noted, the future land use plan does call for this to be suburban, but I'd like to point out, and I think staffs recognize it as well, if you look at the location of this project, it's really an infill project that's in the heart of the city of Monroe, if you'll look at it in that respect. And as we look at the uses, we've got industrial warehouse on basically 2 to 3 sides of the project. We got multifamily on the backside with very limited single family. So, you know, in the grand scheme of things, as we talk about the use is townhomes with the density appropriate, that, you know, the general consensus was yes, it was. It's a good transition given everything that's around that area. So just wanted to kind of point that out. But, you know, one of the other important things too, what we heard when we had the neighborhood meeting was traffic was a concern. A request was made by a couple of the residents if we could reach out and see if we could get a signal approved. We did do that. We copied staff on it, but NCDOT is not inclined to give us a signal at any of those intersections, whether it's ours, Roland Drive, Arnold Drive, whatever it might be the case. They referred any questions related to the signal to them directly, but we did try to do that in response to what we heard. But beyond that, my client, Charlotte Lane Group, did follow up with a couple of the residents afterwards, and they're not opposed to the project. They just concerned a little bit about traffic. But one of the things I do want to point out is that with this, even though a TIA wasn't required, it was agreed early on with city staff as well as NCDOT that we're going to provide a turn lane with stacking storage so our development doesn't hinder the traffic flow, and then we have a right turn lane as well, which I typically don't see on a project this size, but our client was more than willing to oblige and do that. So we think that improvement alone will be somewhat of a help. Is it going to solve the problem for Charlotte Highway? No, but it definitely is a big help to it. But other than that, we're here to answer any questions. I think one of the things that 1,400 square feet, we do want to clarify, that's our minimum heated square footage per unit. Anticipation is that the units will range between 1,400 to 1,800 square feet if you're looking for kind of a maximum. So there's going to be some flexibility between units and buildings of what it is. And, one of the things I know it's always kind of been important to hear is what's the anticipated price point. They're interested in starting the price point somewhere in the 300 range and working all the way up to the upper threes for the site. So we think it's going to be a good development with a good tax base for the city. Mr. Colbath, we've had multiple discussions with him. Water and sewer capacity is an issue, and I believe from what Mr. Colbath said, we have a development agreement that's going to be presented as part of this project that is on your agenda that actually will phase allocation of flow. So that way, if the development goes south for any reason, the city's not holding this allocated capacity that can't be used elsewhere. So, we think it's a first in many ways. So hopefully it's a good thing. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
You said the price point is 300,000.
We're going to start at 300,000, yes.
That is not consistent with that area at all. And that this is my personal opinion, 5.76 units per acre is high density. It's just really congested.
So, for a townhome project, typically those densities will range between 4.5 to 6.5 units per acre. We're kind of in the middle of that. I mean, it's when you look at the number, it is a big number, but we also look at, what fits really well here given what's happening around the site as well.
Well, I look at the quality of life of those people already there, and that high density is a problem for me.
Well, the only thing I can speak to is we did invite all those people. We had a few neighbors show up. They expressed a little bit of concern, but I think at the end of the day, they were generally okay with the project.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Hearing none, is anyone who'd like to speak in opposition? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and take action.
I move that the petition did not meet the requirements.
Second.
Okay, I would have a second.
Actually, this one is not an annex. I don't believe this one's annexation. This is purely a rezoning. So the first action you would take would be on whether or not to adopt a resolution of land.
Okay, I'm sorry. Make a motion denying land development plan compliance.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? You got that, Madam?
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Motion to deny zoning map amendment.
I have a motion on C. I have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? Item D.
Actually, D
Always
is not required.
Not required. That's it.
And E is not
No,
required.
A, D, and E is not required. So that fails. Item 17 and failed. Item 18, zoning map amendment request to rezone property located along North Park Road. This deadline to submit a written comment for the public hearing was 5 p.m. November the 5th. There were no written comments that could be accepted for the record. At this time, I would like to recognize Planner Carrie Medler to present this item. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Carrie Mendler with the Planning Department. Tonight I'll be presenting a zoning text and map amendment request. The applicant is requesting the rezoning in order to develop 54 townhomes and rezone a portion of parcel 09-342-117 back to R20. The total area of the project is 18.51 acres. The total area encompassing the townhomes is 16.62 acres, with the remaining 1.89 acres being requested to be rezoned back to the R20, which is single-family residential. To orient you to the site, the properties are highlighted in blue. This red triangle dashed line that you see indicates the approximate boundary or location of the rezoning back to R20 that the applicant is requesting. It is located along North Rocky River Road. It is located east of Rocky River Road. Also, Union Power, their headquarters are here, just to the southwest, or northwest, apologies. The original conditional district, John Haven Townhomes, was approved in August of 2020. It was approved for 38 townhomes, and it included just 2 parcels totaling 13.39 acres with an overall density of 2.84 units per acre and 7.49 acres or 56% open space. This is an existing conditional district that is still in place today. So the subject properties, as I stated, are zoned conditional district, John Haven Townhomes, as indicated with this red color that you see. Additionally, the R20 parcel, which is here to the north, is the additional parcel added to this rezoning request. Adjoining zoning is R10 or R20, which is the gray color to the north and south, as well as R10SU, which is a special use permit that was done back in the 1990s for the Colonial Village subdivision. And then to the west, you have the General Industrial District, which is the purple color. The applicant is requesting a conditional district rezoning in order to develop 54 townhomes. The density is 3.24 units per acre. The project is required to provide at least 50% open space, which would equal 8.31 acres. And the total area of open space provided is 11.96 acres, or 72%. The open space also includes recreation areas with playgrounds and 2 fenced-in dog parks, as indicated by this gold-yellow color on the site plan, which is, like I said, the recreation, playground, and fenced areas for dogs. The open space and the density do not include the 1.89 acres that is set aside for the R20 zoning, so it is only the limits as you see here on the site plan. The applicant will be required to provide stormwater management to treat the stormwater runoff for this project. The stormwater will be evaluated and reviewed, if approved by City Council, at the building permit stage of the process. All blue line streams on the site have been provided with a 50-foot buffer on both sides. You kind of see this blank area through the middle of the site. That is where there is an existing stream, so that is where they've provided their 50-foot buffer. The ordinance requires that multifamily projects provide 50-foot landscape buffer around the perimeter of the property. The applicant is providing the 50-foot buffer along the northern, southern, and western property lines with a 25-foot buffer along the eastern property line. The applicant is proposing to install a wooden fence along this eastern property line. The ordinance does allow a 10-foot reduction in the required buffer if a fence is installed, which would require this buffer to be 40 feet. So the applicant is requesting a deviation of 15 feet as part of this rezoning, which was the same deviation requested in the original rezoning. So street trees will also be provided at a rate of 1 per 50 feet, and each set of units will also have 2 trees outside of the right-of-way. Landscaping will be provided in the perimeter buffer on this site. I'm just going to back up. You can see the green circles. That is the buffer that's being required or provided along the front and around the site, as well as street trees that you can see along all of the streets. The townhomes will have 2-car garages. All front-load garages will have carriage-style trim and/or hardware that mimics the carriage-style doors, and driveways will be able to accommodate at least 2 vehicles. 5-foot wide sidewalk will be provided along both sides of the interior roads throughout the development, and an 8-foot wide sidewalk will be provided along North Rocky River Road. Due to the number of lots, North Carolina Department of Transportation did not require traffic impact analysis for this project. The city engineering department also did not require TIA or traffic impact analysis for this project. With that said, the developer will have one full access entrance and a left turn lane will be constructed on North Rocky River Road to access this site. And this is the left turn lane that will be installed and constructed on North Rocky River to access this development. The developer is proposing the townhomes will be a minimum of 1,974 heated square feet. The proposed exterior building materials will include fiber cement with a minimum of 25% brick or stone on the front facade. Vinyl will only be utilized for trim work. The development falls within the Rocky River Elementary, Monroe Middle, and Monroe High Schools for the 21-22 school year. And I'm sorry, I forgot to go through the rest of the elevation. So this is a image of the rear of the townhomes that just shows, that they would have a patio and of course a rear exit as well with some trees and landscaping. The applicant would hold a neighborhood meeting on the project site on August 23rd, 2021. There were no individuals that attended this meeting. Rezoning notification signs were posted 10 days prior to the public hearing, and the 40 official rezoning notification letters were sent to the adjacent property owners within 150 feet of the subject property. The land development plan does indicate that this area is suburban. The mix of housing types and lot sizes is preferred in these areas. Attached and multifamily housing is suitable in mixed housing neighborhoods and activity centers. The density for the residential is 2 to 4 units per acre, and the proposed project is consistent with the future land use plan. Staff also believes it's reasonable and in the public interest due to it being acting as a potential buffer between the industrial, which is west of North Rocky River Road, and additional single-family residential to the back of this project. Planning staff and planning board recommend approval of the rezoning. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is here as well to answer any questions.
Any questions from the member? Apparently not. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, and I have signed up in favor of Scott of Waxhaw. Scott, recognize you at this time, sir.
Good evening, thank you. I'm actually Scott Swiderski. I'm the developer and owner of the property and a local resident, have been for 30 years. I didn't know if I should sign up or not, so I just, out of precaution, I also put my name down, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Council have any questions? No, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I have Matt, Trade Street Matthews. Matt, recognize you. Name and address, please, for
Matt Miller, lawyer with Weaver, Bennett, Bland, and Matthews. I'm Scott's lawyer, just here in support. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and take action.
Move to adopt resolution approving land development plan compliance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Second, Councilmember McGee.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passed. Item C.
Motion to adopt ordinance amending section 156.106.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none.
Motion to adopt ordinance amending section 156.98.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, that'll pass, sir. We'll go to item 19, zoning map amendment. This is a public hearing. The deadline to submit written comments for this public hearing was 5 p.m. November the 5th. There was one written comment received that could be accepted into the record. The submission was in opposition of the project. And I'll recognize Senior Planner Doug to present it at this time, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Doug Britt in the Planning Department.
And tonight I'm presenting a zoning map and text amendment request filed by Taylor Morrison for the property located along West Highway 74 at the intersection of Seekers Price Road. The applicant is requesting a conditional district in order to develop a gated 151-unit market rate apartment complex. The total area of the project is 24.89 acres with 11.0 acres of open space. The conditional district rezoning process is a voluntary process, mutually agreed upon conditions by the applicant and the city. This is an aerial map of the property. Such a property is outlined in blue, looking along Highway 74. This is the Redwood project that was approved back in 2018 or 19. It's located to the north. And this is Seekers Price Road that bisects the property. And then located here to the west is the Heritage of Union County Rehab Center. The property is currently zoned conditional district Seekers Place in the city of Monroe, which is an obsolete conditional district. The previous conditional district was 78.46 acres that authorized the development of with a maximum square footage of 650,000 square feet of retail and office. And like I said, this is the last remaining piece that basically went from, let me go back one slide, that went from this location here, included the Redwood project, and went all the way up to include where the healthcare place is right there, as well as up to Kempsar Lane. And it was done back in 2006. It was going to be for a Home Depot, they had Kohl's, a Dick's. And since that time, over the years, it's been just whittled away at from other projects, Redwood going through, and then the Heritage of Union County going through, and then this is the last remaining acreage of that original 78 acres that's left of this old obsolete conditional district. The property to the north, as I've already stated, is conditional district Redwood. Properties to the east would be combination of GB General Business and R20. Properties to the south across Highway 74 would be GB General Business, and properties to the west would be part of the conditional district Heritage of Union County. This is a site plan. I'll kind of go over it. And like I said, they're 151 single-story multifamily apartment complex. They have 2 access points. This will be right in, right out, as well as this will be an access point at this location. If you notice, I know it's kind of hard to see based on drawing because it gets light here, but if you see like the little turnout bulb here and a little turnout bulb here. This shows the future super street. So DOT has given them the ability to have a directional leftover, which in essence is going to allow them to access the site, but they will not be allowed to exit this location right here because DOT, they don't typically like it. They won't allow an exit to conflict with the U-turn movements and people doing a U-turn to go back toward Rock River Road. The applicant will be required to provide 8-foot sidewalk along Highway 74, as well as there will be internal 5-foot sidewalks to create a neighborhood environment for the project. Parking-wise, the project is required to provide 324 spaces based on ordinance requirements, and they are providing 324 spaces. All of these are surface spaces. And I know it's hard to zoom in. I can only zoom in on a certain area, but you can see here, they zoom into the units. And this is the amenity area, and I'll go into some more detail about that in a few minutes. But the parking is, right adjacent to the units itself. The project is required to provide at least 50% of open space. Per the ordinance, that would equal 12.29 acres. As part of the conditional district, the applicant requested a deviation to reduce that to 45% or 11.06 acres. The applicant has provided an amenity package that will include a pavilion/shelter, benches, picnic tables, workout facility/yoga room, as well as a gathering room, pool, and a dog park. This shows the dog parking here. They also have proposed pedestrian trail that's in black that goes around the pond and goes around the back of the site. Their main pool and management area is located centralized to the site, which will be accessed all by sidewalks internally. The ordinance requires multifamily projects provide a 50-foot landscape buffer in order to screen the property from adjoining land uses. The applicant will be required to provide a landscape plan that utilizes the existing tree canopy as well as supplemental mixture of trees in order to satisfy the intent of this ordinance section. Additionally, the applicant will provide parking lot landscaping throughout the site to meet ordinance requirements as well. And you can see they already have trees throughout the site that would be internally. And this would be the buffer here to the west, as well as the buffer along the rear. And again, you can see how they sketched it as far as this is the Redwood project. And Redwood, that was a multifamily project as well. And the buffer goes along the back here too. And then the buffer along the side here to the east, which would be adjacent to the commercial GB. All streams on the site have provided with a 50-foot undisturbed buffer as required by the ordinance. Stormwater, the applicant will be required to provide stormwater management to treat the stormwater runoff of the project. The stormwater will be evaluated if approved by council at the building permit stage of the process. The project does fall within the Porter Ridge Elementary as well as the Piedmont Middle and High School. Porter Ridge Elementary is currently at 84% capacity. Piedmont Middle is at 90%, and Piedmont High School is at 79%. Per Don Ogram with the Union County UCPS, the proposed development is not expected to adversely affect school enrollment versus capacity. And now I'm going to touch on the transportation a little bit, and just give you a little bit of background. When the Seekers Price Road, when the original conditional district back in 2006 was approved, on the same night council approved that conditional district, at the same time they abandoned and just did away with Seekers Price Road. So, and I know you might say, well, it's out there now today, because it is, because you can drive on it. But what happened basically from this point, just past it would be Woodlands Creek Drive, from that portion all the way back out to Highway 74, the road was abandoned, which basically means, because usually the road, if you'll see, like on projects we do, you'll see lots on either side, and there'll be a strip in the middle that's the right of way for the road. That road is, is eventually dedicated by a developer to the city of Monroe or DOT, so it's owned and ownership, either DOT maintains it or the city does. But what happened with this project is they basically abandoned the right of way, and nobody's maintained Seekers Price Road over the years. It's used as a cut through for people that live out Fowler Seekers Road, people that live in Woodlands Creek, and people that they're just travel it though. And so, but when Redwood was approved as far as they were required to install a roundabout at the location. And the way it was set up, and I'll have a map that'll show it that the developer did that assist with showing it, but Redwood, they could access this site via Fowler Seekers Road to get to this site. But when they wanted to leave Redwood site, they can only leave by going out. Council made them secure easement from this property right here to get out to 74. So Redwood, they could gain access by coming via Fowler Seekers Price Road. But when they left, the only way for Redwood to leave would be going out through this property to get to Highway 74. So fast forward to where we are now, and basically they've had to work with Redwood because basically the easement was a requirement, but there was language with the easement that allowed whoever developed this property to, relocate the easement so long as Redwood agreed to relocation of the easement. So what this project has is they will have a right in, right out at this location here. They'll be required to have a deceleration lane. And so you can turn right in here, you can turn right out of here. As well as DOT, like I said earlier, DOT gave them the ability to have an access point at this location so you could turn left into the project, but you cannot exit the project. And again, this will be a gated community. And you can't see on the plan, but they have gates here. And so with the gates are kind of like at your city hall. When you come to the city hall, you have your key fob to get to the back. That's how it's going to work with the gates. You'll use a key fob, but at this location right here, there's not a key fob, so you won't be able to swipe your key fob for the gate to go up to be able to go exit that way. And at this location, The key fob at this location is right here, the reader, but the gate is down here. And I'll get to why that is here in a second though. And so if somebody's going to Redwood, they can turn right in here and they can loop around and get back to here. And if they want to leave Redwood, they can come out this way as well. And so the reason for this was at Plumber, there were concerns about people being able to access, call it come in the back way to this site. So this was their mechanism to try to alleviate people from trying to come in the back way to gain access to this site. I will say, based on the number of lots or number of units this project has, NCDOT nor the city engineering department required a TIA for this project, so there was not a traffic study done for this project. But the improvements were, as I stated, a right turn lane here, and then of course this would be them constructing this leftover at this location as well. And this was the map the developer created. So basically right here, if you go down here to the bottom, this is Redwood access. The blue means Redwood egress or ingress from Highway 74. The red means Redwood ingress from Seekers Price Road. And the yellow is Redwood egress from Highway 74. So this is their only means of getting to Redwood and leaving Redwood. So somebody going to the Redwood project, they can come in, and like I said, this is what was approved back in 2018, 2019. They can come in this way here as an access point, or they can come in the blue way, come in off 74 and go around this location. And as far as if somebody wants to leave Redwood, the only way for them to leave is to follow the yellow path to get out on Highway 74. And then this right here would be the access. The bottom is the green and I don't know, whatever color that is, would be the access and exit for the proposed project. And basically they can access here and they can access here and they can access on the leftover, which is up there, and then with the way they can leave, they can only leave by going out this way right here. That's the only way they can leave this site here as well.
Doug, I'm a little confused then. On that second, to go up 74 in the second exit.
Yes.
Or, I don't even know what to call it the way I think I heard it described. So clarify that now. You can turn right into this project?
Well, theoretically, it's not really set up to turn right. I mean, I think in my stuff I'll call it a right-in, but really it's set up to do a directional leftover to get it, so you can enter the site, but you can't leave the site at this location right here, Councilman Gordon. So you can turn, if you're coming from Indian Trail going to Monroe, you'll be able to do a left turn, cross over the westbound lanes to get access to the site.
Wow.
But you would not.
Dangerous.
But you would not be able to exit this location right here and turn right, because like I said, they have their gates right here as gated access, and there's not a reader on this side of the gate, so you would not be able to swipe anything to raise the gates up to be able to leave the site.
I don't understand that.
Sounds confusing to me, but
Doug, is this an all-adult complex?
It's not.
Okay, I heard you mention a dog park and a gathering. What about no play equipment, no playground for children?
They have a pool.
A pool?
They have a pool, yes, ma'am.
For a gated community, it seemed that that's selling them awfully short.
Did the planning department approve this project?
and turn right.
Plan staff did recommend approval. Planning board unanimously recommend denial of the project.
To deny it?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't.
What'd you say, Doug?
I said plan staff recommended approval of the project, but planning board did unanimously recommend denial of the project.
I spoke to a member of planning just for edification. Can you show the original traffic that was going on Fowler Seekers? Because she indicated that was the reason planning voted against it, and when they changed it to everything exiting and entering on 74.
Well, basically, what the original request had, it didn't have this access point right here. And then back here, they were just going to utilize the existing roundabout that was approved with Redwood. So somebody that was coming could come via Fowler Seekers Road to come into Backway to access this site. So now what's been removed is you cannot come into Backway to access this site, to access this project right here.
So no traffic can enter
No.
on Fowler Seekers.
And I mentioned this a while ago though, and they went to efforts to try to make it where nobody can come in this way. It's got this island where you cannot, it's set up where designed where you cannot make you can come in here, it's not set up where you can't make a left turn here because it's tight enough. And then if you come up here, they have their card reader that you would swipe to be able to raise the gate. The gate's down here, but the card reader's right here. So the card reader's back here, which is forcing you have to turn right here. You won't be able, and if you turn right, you can't get the gate raised to get access to the project.
Being a gated community, does that mean they'd be responsible for the maintaining of the paved areas?
Right. Since it's an apartment project, there's no streets in there. They're all drive aisles to a parking space. So this will be 100% their maintenance responsibility as the developer and owner of the project. The city would assume no maintenance responsibilities for any type of streets or parking areas within the project at all.
More for seniors than anything else, for senior citizens. I know I live on Fowler Seekers. I live in Savannah Way, and the changes they've made is going to lessen the traffic on Fowler Seekers. I can tell you that right now, which would be good for the people that are on Fowler Seekers. I thought the developers stepped up and made some real good moves to address this.
As far as the elevations, the developer proposed the exterior building materials to be fiber, cement, stone, and brick. At least 25% of the front elevations shall consist of brick or stone. Vinyl siding will be used for eaves, soffits, and windows. The square footage, it will have 1-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units. The 1-bedroom unit will have a square footage of 742 heated square feet, and the 2-bedroom units will be 1,052 square feet. And these are the proposed elevations.
So Doug, I guess my question is, were there substantiation changes made from when the planning department denied until now?
I would say transportation-wise, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I've got a list of changes at the end I'll go over, but I would say, yeah, their transportation were I wouldn't call them small. I'd call them substantial to try to address concerns that were raised at the planning board from the public as well as the planning board members.
So again, that's my question that I stated before, that it should go back through the process of the planning department, of the planning committee, so they can look at the changes that were made, so then they can approve the project. I'm saying we got to do a better plan of how these developments go through, so that the department committee approves it, and if they approve it, then it should come here to council.
And that would be, that would be at the developer's request where they want to go back. As far as staff, once, if they totally just reshuffle the deck, and change the layout and change the density, but just addressing, transportation changes, it wouldn't be enough for staff to say you're required to go back through the process. Now, if the applicant, if they wish to go back to the process, and we've had, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 every year requests to go back to the process. If they had negative recommendation for denial, then we did take that back through the process. Honestly, I don't, to say it makes a change, it makes a difference. If your question is would it make a change, difference in the planning board? I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Because there was other concerns raised at the planning board other than transportation. Transportation was on, stormwater was one of them. Some of the members didn't like the product, so to say that this would be the golden parachute to push over the edge to make planning board recommend approval, I don't know. I truly don't.
Yeah, I guess just looking at Concord, Cornelius, and Kannapolis, I'm saying their ordinance and stuff is strong, so I'm saying we will have to keep going back and forth with the planning department, then council and stuff like that, and then you give the citizens an opportunity to chime in on it.
And with our conditional district process, and obviously we have an ordinance that's out there we're working on trying to finish up, but with the conditional district process, you have to understand too, though, it is somebody can, like I told you, I mean, somebody can propose to build a Krispy Kreme on their property, even though we might think it's the silliest thing we've ever seen.
Exactly.
But with the conditional district, what the ordinance allows you is to write the rules for how you wish to develop the property. And that's what it's reviewed upon. Now, obviously, I mean, for most times, the time it gets to y'all, I mean, we've probably been working on a project 4 or 5 months by the time it gets to y'all. I mean, they might have, I think with this plan right here, I think this is the 8th version of the plan. From the get-go, from what they submitted to what's before y'all now. So it's not like when we get a project, even though they can request to do whatever they would like to do, but obviously we comment on and say, hey, you need to you're way left, you might need to get more toward the middle of the road because of what you're asking for, just to be somewhat reasonable and have a chance for approval. But if not, because like I said, and there's projects that we weed out that y'all don't ever see because we might make the comment like, look, we'll take this through the process, but your chances of approval I'd probably call slim. And we're very upfront when we meet with developers, tell them that, if you want to pay the price to go through the process, we'll take you through the process. But if you're proposing something that we don't think that's going to work, I mean, we're usually upfront and tell them that at the beginning.
And I think the staff do a great job in that with the reviews and stuff, but I think the bulk of it should be on the developers to make the project right in the beginning and then come out.
Right.
So it'll be less for your job.
Right. Well, I'll continue on. This is just the elevations. The project does fall within the community corridor. The community corridor does promote multifamily residential at a density of 4 to 10 units per acre. Plan staff's opinion, the development pattern of multifamily at this location at 6.07 units per acre is consistent with the land development plan and is a reasonable use of the property. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on July 26 to discuss the project with the neighbors. The meeting was held in virtually, but no one was in attendance. And I'll purpose saying there's only about, when we did the APOs for the night's meeting, there's only 27 property owners notified for the project because obviously there's large acreage. I mean, not large acreage, but there's not a whole lot of properties that touch it. But when they did hold a neighborhood meeting, I did suggest that they notify the homeowners association for Woodlands Creek, and that they were notified, but like I said, nobody attended the meeting. And we posted, as well as posted property and sale layers 10 days prior to tonight's meeting for advertisement. I know we received a couple written requests, and I know I received 2 emails that were in opposition to the project. And then to go over the changes that from plan board to tonight, overall the unit count was reduced from 156 units to 151 units, which modified the density from 6.26 units per acre to 6.07. On the original submittal, they had some detached garage units, which those detached garage units were eliminated from the project as you see tonight. An additional right-in access was provided on West Highway 74. NCDOT would only allow the second entrance on West Highway 74 to be utilized as the entrance only, and that was the second access that you were speaking of, Councilmember Gordon. So that you can only enter that site, but you can't leave that way to go out. Developer also modified the configuration of the roundabout that was approved as part of conditional district Redwood. The reconfiguration will restrict access for this proposed development. The proposed development will not be able to access, ingress, or egress their site via Fowler Seekers Road. The only access for the proposed project will be Highway 74. And additionally, the last thing, the applicant will design the stormwater ponds to provide stormwater quantity measures to the 25-year storm event, which is beyond the current city limit. The stormwater was another issue that came up at Plan Board, and I can't dive into this too much because it gets beyond my knowledge. But what they've agreed to do is, in essence, build a bigger detention pond that will hold more water. Our detention now is for the 2 and 10-year storm, and what they've agreed to is basically have a bigger hole in the ground that will hold up to the 25-year storm. As stated, the Plan Board did unanimously recommend denial of the project, while Plan staff did recommend approval. And I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any at this time of me, as well as the developers here to answer questions.
What did you say about the planning board?
They unanimously recommend denial of the project.
You said unanimously?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
You said it was 2 emails in opposition that you received. What was that for?
Well, just, they were concerned about the lack of infrastructure, water, sewer, roads, just, residential growth.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions from Doug? Yeah, none, thank you, Doug. This is a public hearing, as I said, and then we have 2 signed up in favor. And the first one I'll call is Brittany. Okay, we'll recognize you at this time, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Brittany Lenz, the law firm of Alexander Ricks. Do you need my address again?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You got it. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I want to kind of reiterate some of the points that Mr. Britt made. I know he walked through this site in a lot of detail, so I really just want to kind of hit some of the highlights and some of the kind of important benefits that we believe this site makes. So quick team introductions. Again, my name is Brittany Lenz. I'm with Alexander Ricks, representing Taylor Morrison tonight. I have Megan Ledbetter here representing Taylor Morrison, and then our civil and engineering team, Matt Mandel and Skylar White with ESP. So we're all here happy to answer questions for you. Property location, you're already probably oriented to the site from staff's presentation, so I'll go through this quickly, but fronting Highway 74, that abandoned Seacrest Price Road through the site, and then kind of connecting into Fowler Seacrest, which I know is a site or a street that's had a lot of attention on it. The existing conditional site plan that was already walked through, it's obsolete. It's a commercial district. I just bring that up to say that it was for over 600,000 square feet of retail, big box uses that had over 20,000 trips, and our project is less than 5% of that amount of trips. So what was originally approved was a significantly higher traffic generator than what we're proposing, and we're still doing some traffic mitigation and have been pretty thoughtful about our access. The area plan recommendation, as was talked about, is between 4 and 10 DUA. We are on the lower end of that. As part of the community corridor, our DUA is a little over 6, so we feel that we're comfortable within that recommendation. The adjacent Redwood development, just want to reiterate that when that was approved, they needed an access agreement through the site that's under question tonight. That access does not have to be maintained. It doesn't have to be a safe environment. There's some pictures on the side there showing you it's overgrown. It's just kind of some laid asphalt with no maintenance requirements on it. The proposal that we have in front of you tonight is going to significantly improve that development and guarantee that it would be maintained. So our rezoning proposal, I know you've seen this site plan before, it's for 151 units. These are single-story rental communities. So it's a combination of a single-family looking home and duplex homes, but these are kind of single units categorized as apartments or multifamily just based on the definitions in the ordinance, but these are single-story kind of rental homes. Significant amenities, preservation, open space areas, and then again, that Redwood access easement. Mr. Britt also went through the changes made after the planning board, but I think they're worth reiterating because these are in direct response to planning board's concerns and the concerns we heard. We were really trying to be responsive to that and negotiate in good faith to bring the best project we could forward. So as was mentioned, reconfigured that access and getting out so that we are not going to have any of our residents on Fowler Seacrest Road. And I'm going to walk through that in a little detail because I know it can get confusing. And coordinating that Redwood access for a better situation for them. Added that right in and left over, so that second access point that I'll show you again. The stormwater, we are over-designing the stormwater so that it is greater than what the city would require because we knew that stormwater was a concern of some of the neighbors. So we've studied that. We're over-capacitating our site for that. We've also slightly reduced our density since planning board. But it's the same plan, kind of same framework and layout, just these added benefits that we added into the plan. As far as the considerations, these are what I consider some of the benefits that we've brought with this plan. Again, the transportation and access, that restriction on Fowler Seacrest, stormwater, over designing it, open space and environmental protection, age-targeted demographics, quality product and amenities, and then an increased tax base. So I'll walk through each of those and bear with me. I'll try to be brief. So this is the access that we were walking through, and it took me a few times to get it, so if you'll bear with me, I'll try to walk through it step by step. The main purpose of this is that our residents will not have access out to Fowler Seacrest. We have maintained the access that Redwood was contingent on their approval so that they continue to have the traffic flow that they were guaranteed, and we are not adding any trips onto Fowler Seacrest. We are only using a Highway 74, and the engineering team spent a lot of time and a lot of effort going through all the possible ways that someone could, finagle their way around. And so they've thought through everything. So I want to make sure that we reflect all of that. So first up, this red line shows you how Redwood residents only can get from the Fowler Seacrest into their site. They're allowed to do that now. They'll continue to be allowed to do that. However, our residents, as I'll show you in a second, cannot continue through that same path. They can also, this is the Redwood development, they can also leave the site through our access out to 74. So they don't have to go through at the other intersections that can get jammed up. They also can come from 74 up through our access and get to their development. Now, our residents can't do that same thing. What our residents are restricted to, in this access particularly, is just in and out where that green line just got added onto the plan. As was mentioned, the fob to get in, it's a gated access. So the fob to get into the development is on that, if you can see my cursor, you might not be able to, is down here. And the gate is up here. So if for any reason one of our residents wanted to take a shortcut or find a way from Fowler Seacrest, go up Seacrest thinking they can cut through the Redwood development, they would not be able to. First, they couldn't make this turnaround, so they would have to go all the way through the Redwood development, come back down through this site and through this yellow directional line that the Redwood residents were used. But then they would not be able to access our site because this turn movement, first of all, would be very difficult, and second of all, their key fob's down here, so they would have missed their opportunity for the gate to open. So there is virtually no way that our residents would come from Fowler Seacrest and access our site. We wanted to be very sensitive to the neighborhoods that I know are concerned about the traffic from that direction. So we're keeping the Redwood access, we're improving their access so it'll be maintained, it'll make a safer environment for them, but it'll not add any traffic from our side. And then lastly, our residents can come out that same direction. And then relatedly, this leftover that NCDOT has approved for us is creating a safer condition so that there isn't that U-turn movement to go around and come back into our site. So again, this leftover, if you're coming kind of south, if you're coming like from the Charlotte direction, you can left over and access into our site. You cannot then leave that way. Again, these are directional gates. So that creates that movement and allows the U-turn movement in a safe manner, much safer environment than out there right now. So we're really pleased with the way that these improvements have occurred to really think through those traffic situations. Again, that's just kind of the broader picture shooting out for you, reiterating that our residents will not be adding traffic onto Fowler Seacrest Road.
Okay, you say it's age targeted. What age are you targeting?
So this is, and if you don't mind, I'll defer to Megan Ledbetter when she gets to her portion of the presentation to talk through the demographics, because they've done a lot of studies on that as part of the Taylor Morrison group, if that's all right.
I just want the age.
So it's targeted for both millennials and kind of the empty nesters. What it's not targeted to are full families with children. So the type of amenities and kind of the way that these are structured are really not for families, large families with school children. There's not a playground. The amenities are really more the yoga studios, the gyms, kind of for your working professional, or for your older, retired person walking the trails, those types of things. But for a lower school impact, because there would not be kids. Stormwater was another concern that we heard at the planning board. So we've gone above and beyond the stormwater ordinance, and we are, as Doug mentioned, Instead of the 2 and 10-year storm, we are designing for the 25-year storm. And what I'm told from the engineers, and I'm getting out of my lane a little bit, but they tell me that that increases the stormwater pond by 10 to 20%. So a pretty significant body of water that you can retain on the site. We also did a stormwater basin study just to kind of think through some of the concerns of some of the adjacent neighbors and make sure we understood where our stormwater was flowing and that we were adequately detaining that. Environmental protection, tree save, all those issues. We're preserving the existing wetlands and stream areas. We were able to concentrate our development kind of away from those environmentally sensitive areas. Tree save wise, you can see this little inset. You can see my cursor anymore, but the dark areas along Highway 74 is a potential tree save area, and then those pockets around. So again, just being sensitive to the existing trees. The goal is to save as many trees as possible and condense our development in the middle, which will have some trees throughout the site as well, and we have some visuals to walk you through that. We also have
That's
that.
no clear cutting to the property line in your buffer. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is that there would not be clear cutting and grading in the property line. I'll let the engineers talk about it if we need to, but my understanding is that we are preserving the trees as much as possible, and that would be a buffer area.
Just confirm.
The common open space areas, there's a dog park, there's pocket parks throughout the site, a walking trail, really trying to integrate those environmental areas. And then I was just told that they include monarch butterfly gardens in all of those Taylor Morrison projects, so I just thought that was a cool little addition. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Megan Ledbetter, if that's all right, to talk through the product quality and amenities and demographics.
I'm gonna call a 5-minute recess. We've been here since 6 o'clock, so we'll get back in 5 minutes. Some of them need a 5-minute break, if you don't mind, ma'am, and folks.
Thank you.
I need a yoga. Exercise, but
I will. Captain Horse. Yeah. Tell the people, what's short. Huh?
I'm getting agitated.
That's the only thing, that's the last thing we got. We ain't got one more. We got another one there?
Do you want to give?
All right, hold on, let me get.
Do you want to give it a minute, Freddie?
Yeah, number 20
Mayor.
building. Yeah, the building, and then we got, yeah, okay.
me that
yeah,
real
okay,
quick.
yeah. We got a few things. Yeah, we got a couple.
Okay, Mayor.
Y'all was talking, yeah.
Mayor Kilgo.
That's the last of the year we got. Where is it?
Mayor
Okay.
Mayor Kilgo.
Yes.
I think that Doug has adequately explained and given us an opportunity to ask questions. For the sake of time, I don't know if we need to hear 3 or 4 more people on the same project.
Well,
Well,
my understanding is we got to give them the opportunity to speak if they want to speak. Is that
Okay.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
just as you would give the opportunity to
Okay.
those in opposition
Yeah,
a chance
we
to
got to
speak.
give them opportunity
For
to
the
speak.
3 minute, the 3-minute deal then?
Well, but actually, Counselor, you never approved that. We actually suggested that kind of thing for you. And I think you just basically said everyone got as much time as they wanted, so.
Yeah.
It's up to y'all. I mean, it's for anyone. I mean, it's, if you want to limit it, you can, except for traditionally what you do is if you've allowed the applicant to have a little bit of leeway, and especially considering that you're asking a lot of questions, it's up to y'all what you wish to do. But you do need to give them the opportunity to finish up.
Absolutely.
And then also to give the opponents an opportunity to speak.
Right.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of time, we just wish people to be, want people to be mild.
Sometimes democracy is inconvenient, council member. I hate to say it.
All right, we left time here at this time, ma'am, we're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will be brief. I'm Megan Ledbetter. I'm with Taylor Morrison. We're really excited to share this project with you this evening. We are introducing a horizontal single-story rental community in the Charlotte market as well as throughout the Carolinas.
Real quickly, just to give you some bullet points regarding our product, and we have some perspective views for you to review as it relates to the elevations that were shown to you tonight by your staff. So we have private backyards for every one of our units. So unlike a vertical apartment, you have the ability to have a space where you can recreate with your dog, your loved one, whoever it may be. We have a doggy door in every home. We have 10-foot ceilings. We have resort-style amenities where that barbell demographic, where we have the young professional without children and the 55-plus adult. So we split that barbell pretty much in half as it relates to our demographics. We have community events throughout our community. We have smart tech homes where you can manage everything from your cell phone. We are gated, which I know we spent significant time this evening, so I won't spend any time discussing that. We have home security systems, patrols, walkways, parks, fitness centers, upgraded amenities throughout our actual units, walk-in closets. We have a philanthropy program that we implement through every one of our communities, and a health and wellness program. I'm just going to run through these real quick. This is a perspective view looking at our amenity package with the pool. Here's some active opportunities for residents. These are our units. We've already been through our schematic elevations, so I will not spend any time on those this evening. Real quick, our demographics, as I said, we split the Gen Z, the millennial without children, some Gen X if they're single, and then targeted 45% baby boomers and the silent gen. So that's people that are either downgrading their home, they don't want to maintain their yard anymore, they want to still be in the community where they've always lived, use their doctors, where they like to shop, their grocery store, etc., but may not want the home maintenance that comes with owning a single family home. Real quickly, our demographics, our income is higher than the typical renter. Again, we're baby boomer age targeted, young professionals, very few children, if at all, live in our communities. We offer opportunities, special programs for our first responders, our military personnel, and then you can see the percentage of single pet owners, college degrees, household income, and percent of age over 55. Our brand quality and quality execution, real quickly, our communities are typically leased at a 93% rate. It's 2 to 3 times higher than your vertical multifamily prototype, and then our rents are between 25 and 30% higher than your average vertical apartment complex. And truly, we are renters by choice. Our demographic, who's choosing to live in Christopher Todd communities built by Taylor Morrison, or people that are choosing to rent in these communities that are either tired of the vertical lifestyle or do not want the maintenance of a single family home. Our tagline is a new way to live. Real quick, this just shows our resort-style amenity package. I'm not going to spend any time really going through that, but you can see the private and gated fob, how that works. That's someone on a bicycle, but ultimately in this location, it will be vehicular traffic. Real quickly, again, just to touch on the modifications that were made to this plan, and that's truly addressing what we heard at the planning board and heard from the neighbors that came to that meeting. We reconfigured the access and circulation. We added the right-in and the leftover movement. We designed that stormwater pond to the 25-year event. We reduced the dwelling units per acre. And real quickly, the last slide that I will show, and then I'm going to sit down, is the water circulation drainage basin. I think this is really critical to note where the water from our development is coming from and where it is going in relation to the surrounding neighborhoods. So if you look at our site outlined in white and you follow the directional flow of water, you will see that our blue arrows hit and around and then circle back down to an existing stream. You'll see the neighborhood Fox Hunt Estates, where there is some concerns about flooding within the floodway and zones of their neighborhood, where stormwater requirements were not put in place because it wasn't a phase 2 requirement back then when we developed conventional subdivisions. We just want to be really clear on where our water flows, that we're treating to that 25-year event, and where that water goes does not affect the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Okay, I have signed up in opposition of Christopher McCain. We recognize you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Christopher McCain, 2531 Logan, Caroline Lane. I'm the president of Woodlands Creek Homeowners Association. A couple of things that we just kind of want to talk about specific to this project. When the Redwood project originally came up, we were guaranteed that we were not going to lose our access to 74 westbound traffic. So as Lynn had mentioned here just recently, that there will be no additional traffic added to the 74 westbound eastbound light. Now our subdivisions only exit to 74 will be that light at about 200 cars. So just something to keep in mind for you guys as you go through this process. Taylor Morrison did not reach out to us here at the HOA to request a meeting or to request anything with us. We have requested that from our management company to give us additional feedback, which did not occur. We do have concerns from our homeowners about the values of their properties as adding an additional rental property in front of us. Let's see. We're also concerned about fire station, EMS, and police. So as you guys know, Station 6 has been approved, if I'm correct, of building, but we don't yet have funds for backfilling those positions and moving staff around the city. Currently, we're serviced by Engine 3, which is by the Aquatic Center, and when the city of Monroe goes into an all-call and they have a fire alarm on Airport Road or down on Hilltop, we're left virtually with no fire protection services other than what we request from the county, whether that be Bakers or Unionville, Hemby Bridge, or somebody adjacent to us. So we are asking you guys to turn down this development. It reduces our access to 74. We did not get reached out to by the developers and the issues with city services. Thank you.
Thank you. David, Fox Hunt?
Does my time start if I ask a question? I know we're here late.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Britt, where's Mr. Britt? When is that, the left-hand turn with the super street, when is that going to be built?
Right now, it's pushed by the DOT, because they're pushed back. If they want to do the left-hand turn now, the DOT construct.
So they're going to construct a left-hand turn on 74, but none of the property owners across 74 have any idea that's even occurring. Because that wasn't presented to the planning committee, that wasn't brought to a community meeting, and we're all just hearing about it now.
Well, the left-hand turn is at the same location where the U-turns will be, whether this project happens.
Right, but when is that going to be built? That's kind of my point. If they're going to put a left-hand turn in, no one knew they were going to put a left-hand turn in on 74. I think that's a pretty substantial change to this site plan. And no one on the other side of 74 has any idea that that's going to be built. And if they decide they're not going to build that and wait for the state to do it, when's the state going to do it? We don't know. So what we have is approximately 383 residences, counting the apartments under construction and counting what they're wanting to build, all going out, feeding onto 74, all going right, I would assume, because they can't go out the other entrance, right? Because I got lost with the entire 4-color, 5-color scheme. I'm just lost. I think the other people who came here tonight are lost. But now I know my time started. So I'm going to say this. I'm just going to give you some real quick numbers. Seacrest Price Road is 0.31 miles long. Is a cut through from Fowler Seacrest to Highway 74. There are 233 residences right now existing on Seacrest Price Road. You close their access to 74, they're all going back out to get on Fowler Seacrest Road to get into the intersection. So you are going to affect the rest of the community if you approve this tonight. There's 383 residences that will be added if this is, let me back up for a minute, 151 now. But in total, once everything's constructed, 383 managed rental properties. Some of them only 740-something feet in square with no driveways, no garages. They have a yoga room but you're gonna walk from way back there to get up there. And I don't know, but I was looking at the picture, and apparently, I didn't know what a silent generation was, but these are gonna be marketed to anybody from born in 1928 till now, I guess. Because all those little bubbles went from 1928. So, I will end with this. I will tell you this tonight because I know it's late. Redwood has an access. In November of 2019, they signed a maintenance, improvement, and easement with the owners of that property. They can build a road with sidewalks if they want to. They can put a bicycle lane on it if they want to. They can do whatever they want. So that doesn't need to influence you here this evening, but I'll say this. I understand that developers have the right to bring this proposed development to the members of the City Council for a vote. I also know that the members of the City Council understand that if they vote and approve this proposed development, no matter what the change is, good or bad, it would appear to the average citizen that the concerns of the citizens and the vote of the planning board are merely formalities.
Wrap it up, please.
Yes, sir. A vote to approve this development would be sending the message that the entire site approval process is nothing more than a negotiation. The developer brings the cheapest, most convenient offer to the planning board. If it gets voted down, they make some changes that the citizens do not get to see until it's taken for a final vote in front of the City Council.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good time, way over.
Sorry. And I'm William Dotson, 2 Fox Hunt Drive. I didn't know if I said my name, but I'm William Dotson.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Bobby Yanachek.
Bobby Uncheck, 513 Everett Street. And I sat in on the planning board meeting for this project, and like I said, there's very little that's similar to that actual meeting. I think we select and put citizens on those committees for a reason, and like Mr. Dotson said, if they're going to change the plan significantly between that meeting and what you're voting on, then why do we even have a planning board? You know, I think you should either vote to deny it, or if they want to, give them the opportunity to withdraw it, send it back through the whole process, have another community meeting, send it to the planning board, and then bring it back before council. And if those changes pass, then they pass. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? Not, we'll close this public hearing and take action.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution approving land development plan compliance.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? You get that, Brady? 4-3.
Motion to adopt ordinance amending section 156.106. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? 4-3. That's all we got there.
Motion to adopt ordinance amending section 15698.
I got a question.
It's 4-2. Thank you. It's 4-2, yeah.
Yeah, it's 5.
Somebody didn't vote.
C, we gotta do C.
The
5 to both of them.
It was 5-2.
5-2.
5-2.
Motion to adopt ordinance amending section 156.98.
Second.
I have a motion, have a second. Have a motion, second. All in favor? All opposed? Get that, madam? Okay. That's approved. Okay. Item 20.
Have a good day.
Item 20, sale of 12,852 square foot building. This is a public hearing on Franklin Street, located at 218 East Franklin.
Russ has got his presentation on here too, someplace.
There's one note we would make, Mayor and the council, that if you do approve this, we ask that you approve the PSA subject to a modification made that would allow the entity to change its name in case they form a holding company. Reason we ask that is because in the past, when you've had something similar where a entity changes its name just for purposes of it's a holding company but they don't sell the assets, you've had to come back with the entire agreement we're asking you to go ahead and make sure, allow us to have a clause in the agreement that takes care of that. So if you do approve it, we'll ask you to approve it subject to that. I just want to make sure you're aware of that as you start your discussion.
Okay. All right. We did,
You'll do that when this time comes, but you need to let Matt start.
the deadline for written comment for the public hearing was 5 p.m. on November 5th. There was no written comments received at the time. I'll recommend Director Matthew Black at this time, sir. Recognize you.
Okay. Good afternoon or good night, Council, Mayor. I bring forth the economic development proposal for 218 East Franklin Street. City Council is requested to consider the sale of up to .899 acres of land and building identified as parcel number 09232-007 or 218 East Franklin Street in downtown Monroe to Lawrence and Associates for a total of $720,000. Overall, downtown Monroe has been in discussion with Lawrence Associates about the possible location of an expansion project in downtown Monroe. Lawrence Associates is headquartered in downtown Monroe and has operated a civil engineering land surveying business in downtown for over 50 years. The proposed expansion includes renovation of the existing structure at 218 East Franklin Street, or the current police station, in downtown Monroe, and the retention of 23 jobs and creating a minimum of 3 additional employees paying at approximately hourly wage of $20. At the request of Clint Lawrence, Lawrence Associates, the city is requested to consider a development proposal for the rehabilitation and reuse of the current police department facility upon vacation or completion of the new police headquarters facility, which is currently under construction. The property at 218 East Franklin Street has been designated for economic development purposes, which allows for a negotiated sale in accordance with NC General Statutes 158.7.1. Lawrence and Associates is located in downtown Monroe and currently employs 23 individuals. Future expansion plans include the hiring of additional employees, upfit of the building, including rehabilitation of the building, and a partnership with the city to allow for fire, admin, or other city departments to continue to operate in a portion of the existing building. So overall, it is the recommendation of the General Services Committee and staff that City Council will approve the sale of .89 acres identified as parcel number 09232-007 to Lawrence and Associates for a total of up to $720,000. So the recommended action for council is to adopt the resolution authorizing acceptance of the purchase and sale agreement, and motion to approve the purchase and sale agreement and authorize the interim city manager to execute any and all necessary documents.
Any questions of Mr. Black?
What you said they're proposing to do there?
I'm sorry?
What are they proposing to do at that location?
They're going to expand their current business. They're going to add additional surveying employees as well, and they also need parking as well, so they'll benefit from that as well.
And also, they've been in business in Monroe how many years, guys?
yes.
58 years, and they're going to be tripling, quadrupling their staff.
Yes, they have been actively looking for places, and they prefer to stay in downtown, but that doesn't necessarily that they won't try other places if this does not go through.
Okay.
So we like to keep them in downtown.
And did you say they're gonna allow us to continue using it while the police department is being?
Correct, yes.
Any other questions, Mr. Black?
Do you want us to, council, to take action, or is
We've
it?
got a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Black.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, and I have in favor of Mr. Clint Lawrence signed up. If you would like to speak, sir.
I'll be super brief, guys.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm Clint Lawrence, one of the owners, myself and my 2 brothers, Drew and Will. So this is our 50th year in business in downtown Monroe. Professional, thank you. So professional services, civil engineering, land surveying. Right now, we are maxed out on space. We've been looking for a couple of years, but we have that special need of space and also parking. So this came up as an option, and we're super excited about the opportunity. So I cut out most of it.
Any questions, Mr. Lawrence? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing, take action.
Motion to adopt resolution authorizing acceptance of purchase and sale agreement.
Would the maker of the motion agree
Don't
that it
forget,
would be a
we wanna change.
modified, with a modification to allow the approval?
Name change.
To allow us to have language in the agreement that dealt with a change in the name of the entity if necessary.
So you want it worded
I would
different?
just say it would be motion to adopt, it would be your motion, and then, but an amended purchase and sale agreement as per city attorney's discussion.
Okay, so be it.
I second
Clint, Drew, is that acceptable to you?
It's actually what they want, so. just-
Okay, all right.
Stay-
All right, second it, I already seconded, yeah.
Okay, I have a motion second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none.
Motion to approve the purchase and sale agreement
And would the maker of the motion agree that it's an amended purchase and sale agreement?
and with the amended.
Thank you.
I second.
All right, I have a motion, do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, item D.
Motion to authorize interim city manager to execute any and all necessary documents, which also include the name change.
I second it.
I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes. Mr. Lawrence, we're glad to have you downtown, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your business
Yeah, that's it.
for our customers downtown.
It's okay, I'll just close it out.
That would have been hard to find.
Item 21,
Be sure to leave Bobby a tip.
Thank you.
Yeah, the header's all gone, it's kind of like the color got destroyed, so.
tell me one more time.
The building.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Russ is 3 minutes to start it, you know.
Waiting for him to give me a call. I'm gonna try to keep it to 2.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, go right ahead, sir.
Mayor and Council, Russ Cole, Bathwater Resource Director. I know it's been a long night. I'll try to keep it to about 2 minutes. This is mandatory that I present this so that I can certify it to the state by December, so thanks for letting me continue tonight. Federal legislation that was passed in 2018 amended the Safe Drinking Water Act. It required all utilities serving more than 3,300 customers to conduct a risk and resilience study and certify it to the EPA. At the same time, the state changed the rules on source water protection and planning, and so it overlapped this, which was to our benefit. We do have to submit a NCDEQ certification in December, so it was efficient to combine the two efforts, saved us some money. We worked with W.K. Dixon engineers. They've done a lot of work for the city. And what this was a study to analyze an all hazards approach of things that could impact the water system and prevent us from delivering safe water to our customers. We did work with other city departments on input, and at the end of the day, it generated a study that ranked us what was called a utility resilience index. How resilient are we to a storm, a sabotage, a mechanical failure? And we went through all those hazards. This index was made up of 11 indicators. And at the end of the day, our score was 51%, which seemed kind of low. The Public Enterprise Committee asked that we bring some information on the benchmarking, so I have that for you tonight, committee members. Very pleased, our score of 51 was the second highest of the 7 utilities that they looked at. You see utilities over 100,000 in population, and we scored higher than them. So we're very pleased about that, but that does not mean there isn't work to do. So in your staff report, you'll see these are the 11 indicators that the study ranked us on, and the ones in red were the ones where we have the most opportunity to improve. So that's our emergency response planning, our NIMS, which the fire department uses, National Incident Management, mutual aid assistance, emergency power, backups additional for critical operations, and a business continuity plan. We're already working on those, so we weren't just going to wait around. And then the final slide here is that we've got a combination of some staffing recommendations, operational recommendations, but most of it's capital improvements. And a lot of these improvements were already in our 5-year CIP. So we're very happy that these are already kind of programmed in our rate model, and so we'll be bringing these forward. So summary is implementing this study. Well, it's mandatory, so we've completed that, and we'll certify it to the state in December. It'll help us give more reliable water service to the community, and that's a good thing. Staff's already working on multiple of the items, and many of the improvements will be integrated in future budget requests that come to council. So there's no specific council action required. I just need to show that I shared the information with you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. We got 2 minutes?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Russ. Cliff Notes version, Mr.
Glad we got that 51.
Good job. Good job, Russ.
Thank you so much.
All right, item 23, random drug testing discussion. I reckon 22. Budget amendment. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
budget amendment for
Budget
addition,
amendment, yeah, Professor, go ahead.
budget amendment for additional facilitator services with Insight Consultants for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And the reason it came about is because we need additional sessions so we can establish a mission statement, identify barriers and opportunities for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I make the motion to approve 3 additional sessions.
I second it.
Have a motion, and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, none passed.
Motion to adopt budget amendment.
I second it.
Have a motion, and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, none passed. Okay, we're item 23, random drug testing, and I'll recognize the safety risk coordinator this time.
Good evening.
Good night.
How you guys doing?
Good, and you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm Alvina Nayako. I am the Safety and Risk Coordinator for the city. This is Mr. Rob Miller. He is...
So I'm the General Manager of Engineering for Energy Services. I serve as the subject matter expert for HR Policy 35, and we're audited by the state, and we meet federal regulations. So I'm here to support Alvina.
So basically, our random drug testing program is testing employees for compliance with the drug-free policy, and it's on a monthly basis. So the random testing means that employees will be selected for testing using a computer-generated generator that will result in the probability of anyone getting, selected at any number of times during the process. So with that, the Department of Transportation has certain regulations that we must follow and certain requirements that we must meet. There is a population of our employees who must be tested. We have employees who are CDL drivers. We have employees who are sensitive, safety sensitive employees. That means our firefighters, our police officers who carry weapons, those fall into the pool. If you're operating heavy machinery, water resources department, chemical room, any position where your performance will be inhibited by any type of drugs or alcohol, you are put into that pool. Within that pool, every month, a certain number is selected to get randomly drug tested. We do not pick that number. We do have a TPA that does it for us. We are with Wolf. So every month, we send them new hires, any terminations, any employees who are FMLA. So they get that information. If that employee's name is on that list, they will remove that employee. Any new employee that we have coming in, they will add that employee to the list to get tested. That is on a monthly basis, and we don't decide that. Once we receive the information back, we will send it to the director saying, hey, this person needs to go get randomly drug tested, and they must report to Ahmed.
So basically, I have a few questions, of course. So the names are selected, so it's the safety sensitive positions, which positions?
So I don't have the exact position, but it is...
But my other question, before you answer that, is it only safety sensitive positions?
No, we have DOT employees as well.
Okay,
Those who are CDLs.
Okay, so DOT.
And safety sensitive positions.
Okay.
So safety sensitive positions are those positions, but this is not an all-inclusive list, positions that require use of weapons or potential use of weapons, operational vehicles, machinery, or equipment as primary task. Position requiring the handling of hazardous materials or mishandling that could result in, catastrophic events. Firefighter, police, EMTs, we don't have those, but those are positions who are part of the safety sensitive.
Okay.
And then our CDL drivers, they fall into two categories. We have the Federal Motor Carrier Program, and that was DOT. And then Rob is in charge of the Pipeline Hazardous Material Program, which also falls under DOT. So those get pulled into that pool, and they get tested as well.
Okay. Are there any identifiers for the people that are selected? Race, sex, gender, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
It's based primarily on the position. So if you have a CDL, you're going to go into this pool. If you're working for the city of Monroe, if you're a police officer, you're carrying weapons at any time, you will be put into that sensitive position. It's two separate lists that we send out to Wolf. So when we send it out to them, in terms of the updates, they send us a list of DOT. These are the employees that we pulled for this month to get tested. These are the safety-sensitive employees that we have pulled this month to get tested. We don't mix the two.
So who pulls the list? Wolf does or?
Wolf.
Okay. And
All
so
we do is send them the employees who are CDLs, because when you first come in as a new hire, part of your new hire package is that we have a CDL consent form, because you have to be registered with the carrier, and that's the database that they use. So if you get a ticket, drug test, all of that, it would notify us. That's DOT strictly. We have anything to do with that. We just follow under regulation. We do not pick any of it. So if you come in and you're hired for this position, your name will go on that list automatically.
So, but as far as a random drug testing, so they still pick everybody, it's not picked by staff at all?
Correct.
Okay.
They
All
pick
right.
it, they send it to us, we send it out to the department heads.
Got you. How do we handle people that gets chosen pretty frequently?
What do you mean?
Like say if a person gets chosen frequently, how do we handle that situation? Like if a name comes up frequently, what happens when that?
They will still have to go get tested, sir. So we do have a small pool of employees. I think we have like less than 100, that in DOT. So Federal Motor Care requires 50% of those who have the CDLs to get tested within a year. So within that 50%, for example, I have 100 employees who have CDL license. Out of that 100, 50 need to be tested per calendar year. Out of that 50, we have to break down into monthly. So the chances of somebody getting tested multiple times is likely. Because if you get pulled in January, your name goes back into that pool. So it's not like you get pulled and your name gets taken out. You get thrown back into that pool. So if February's numbers come around, you may likely get pulled again, because the pool is so small and we require such a high percentage.
So we test monthly.
Correct.
Okay. Any particular reason why we test monthly? I know some people do it quarterly or other frequencies.
DOT gives the regulation, it's up to the employer,
Okay.
which option they.
But outside of DOT, like the other sensitive, we just stick to the one.
I can speak to that.
Sure.
It actually allows us to make sure that we're meeting the requirement. And we don't get to the end of the year and we're having to send 20, 25 people.
Okay.
You stay on track that way.
Got you. Okay.
So is it fair to say that an employee can get pulled every month for 12 months? Okay.
They should also buy a lottery ticket at that point.
Correct. They
That
can
happened
get
to me,
both.
so I know. I'm like, I got pulled again. Like, really? Is this
Yes,
is this a random test or not?
It is a computer generated test. So there is a, Wolf has on their website, how the algorithm works in terms of putting all those names in and how it's generated. So we don't pick any of those, even when we don't even see the names until they come to us saying, hey, this is for this month, that these are the employees that need to go.
So the process we got set up, you think is fair and honest? Okay.
Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. Appreciate y'all coming.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
And stay with us.
Closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute Section 143-318.11A, 1 and A3. Okay, I move to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute Section 143-318.11A, 1 and A3 to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to the law of this state or of the United States are not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statute to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the city's attorney and the city council, and to consider and give instruction to the city's attorneys concerning the handling of claims.
You need a second, Mayor.
Yep, I have a motion, I have a second. I have a motion, second, all in favor of going into closed session? Hearing none, we're in closed session.
Wait a couple minutes.
Sure.
Goes down like 4 hours.